Topher, going on. Shit. I think my Village channel is jacked up again. I'm kind of curious. Fire as hell? No! That's no bueno. Yeah. The Village channel is hella far behind again. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just an early night for you, you know? Go to bed a bit early, just chill out, have a simple day. Curious why my stream defaulted back to normal instead of low latency, so it's like kind of weird. I have to look into that after stream, I guess. Really annoying when it's not uh synced between the two. All right, we are about ready to eat our dinner. Get on to New World. Back to 95. Let's go. Slow and steady wins the race, right, Tover? I'm actually kind of pissed about this delay. I hate it when it's delayed. It pisses me off. Yeah, Bruno's delayed right now. I started like normal, like I'd been doing, but for some reason, my dashboard was just spinning and spinning and spinning. So I went over and I like kind of left and came right back to it to like check it, like the dashboard itself. And when I scrolled down, it said it was normal instead of high. So I was like, wait, why? Why did it change? Because I didn't change anything. Well, because there's three settings too, Tover. There's normal, which is like a 30-second delay. There's high, which is like probably like a 15-second delay. Maybe closer to 20. And then there's ultra high, which is roughly 5 seconds. It's literally as fast, if not faster, than Twitch. So I had it set up to where they were basically the same. I had it at ultra high. So they both were basically loading at the same speed and they weren't delayed from each other. But I don't know when it changed. I haven't been paying that much attention to it. But I'm pretty sure it was fine yesterday. Just a bit annoying. So, did you see the game Dig posted? I'm not opposed to this game, but the combat like animations seem a little wonk. But the game looks decent. Yeah, has gathering, has crafting, has combat. It's just the character animations are just wonky, right? They almost feel like stick figures that are like controlled by puppet strings. I don't know, it gives me a weird just visual, like I have brain lag watching it. It's just weird looking. Wait, I just noticed something in that video too. At the very end of like the intro video on the Steam page, he attacked a wall and broke the wall, like into the city. Like, wait, what? Also, I found out today, Tober, that there's gonna be a new free-to-play gotcha game coming out that I'm interested in playing just because it looks cool. At least for a day. Seven Deadly Sins or Origin. It's not like a true gotcha game. I mean, it is, probably. It's more like Blue Protocol, where it has a gotcha system in it, but it's an MMORPG based in Seven Deadly Sins universe. So the gotcha system is like unlocking the different characters you can play. AKA you can unlock Meliodas, you know, a couple of the other ones, King, and stuff like that. So the gotcha system is a little pay to win because if you unlock like the top tier players, obviously you're stronger than everybody else. But it just looks cool. You know, it's free to play and I get to explore the universe of Seven Deadly Sins. Fight demons and stuff. It's pretty cool. Just like I would love to play a true, like, actually solid created Sword Art Online remake. Where they actually created floors 1 through 100 from Sword Art. In like a 1-to-1 like replication. I think that would be absolutely insane. And not this whole wonky zone-based bullshit where it's like, all right, here's a town, now zone out into the north area. Oh, now zone out into the east area. Oh, and a zone from the north area to the northeast area. And like, there's like 10 monsters in each little zone that you zone into. It's like, no. I want like a massive open floor where I get to run around, go where I want. You know, I don't want limitations. I want to be able to like climb on top of the castle if I want to climb on top of the castle. I want some damn freedom. That's what Sword Art was about. It's funny too, Tover, because I always think about it. I'm like, man, if they ever were able to make like Ready Player One without like the perma loss of items, that would be a badass game, right? The problem is, it kind of already exists. Because if you think about the way Ready Player One is, it's basically the platform for Ready Player One is just a general hub that connects to all its games and its areas. Which, once again, if you think about it, things like VR chat, it's kind of the same way. But there's no like walk around hub, right? It's like a page hub where you get to click on what you want to go to and then you zone into that area. So it's slightly different, but it's basically the same thing. Same thing like roadblocks. Oh, that was gross. I burped. And my food came up a little bit. But you know what I mean? Like, roadblocks would be kind of like the same thing, right? Where the main page of roadblocks would be like the hub, and then you get to like click in and join into like whatever game you want to play and stuff like that. So it's like we already have similar things. It's just not fully immersed, and the hub itself isn't part of it. Just off work, driving home. All right, be safe, man. Be safe. I'll see you when you get home. Appreciate you. What up, Dig? Tover, did you ever see the Ready Player One demo that they created? They actually made a demo game for it. And it never really went anywhere. It's on Steam. So it's kind of like VR chat, like I said. But they made some like shooter parts. You know, like I said, they made a few games. Yeah, it is VR though. That's like the big thing. Like, just look at the hecticness of this map. Look at the hecticness of this map. This looks like EVE Online map, bro. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, though, Dig. We were talking about like Ready Player One status. You know, Sword Art Online and stuff. That's kind of the stuff we were talking about. Like I said, this was like in the works a long time ago. Obviously 2018. Almost 10 years ago. And obviously it never really made it very far. Oh, I'm pretty sure after they released the demo, like a year or two later, Dig, I'm pretty sure they just scrapped the whole project. I'm pretty sure the whole project got scrapped. Because I don't think they could figure out like how to create the entire thing. Like creating each level wasn't too hard of a thing. But making the interactive hub where you actually zone into a hub after you like log in, and you're in the hub, then you walk around and you go to different portals or whatever to like zone into different areas. I feel like that might have been their difficult part, or they ran out of funding or something. 'Cause I feel like a game like that, Dig, needs to be created by the users, right? Kind of like how VR chat, like people make their own games, they make their own areas, and then you can load into them as you want. I feel like it needs to be something like that, where people can like buy a portal and then create whatever they want on the other side of that portal. That way, the game company isn't the one creating everything and developing everything. Obviously, they have to accept or deny whatever's created and have some sort of say in what people make, but put some rules and regulations and guidelines, you know, that fall into place for whenever you're creating something, obviously. But I think it should be up to the users to expand the game. You know, the users are the ones making races. They're like creating like tracks, and they're making their own racing games, and you know, inputting their own stuff. And then the game just links all the portals together at the hub, kind of thing, you know? So we currently have 363. It keeps getting worse. Oh god. Do I even want to know? Do I even want to know? Alright, so the last thing I knew is the guy who had a lot of debt for taking on a bunch of loans, that he defaulted on a bunch, and he moved a bunch of his assets into like something else to like protect them. And that's about all I know. So we don't like, so we haven't really made any increasement in the amount of ore we're getting from Mithril at this point. What up, Thor? Huh, somebody came through here recently. Alright. So we did our Mithril, and then we'll go do our test run. Okay. Could you go into a little bit of elaboration on what that has anything to do with anything? I guess I don't see the relevance for that personally, so if you wouldn't mind know, giving a dummy like me some guidance on that. That all? Oh, that sucks. Bought some stocks in a VR company? Oh god. Turned into 15K? Hell yeah, that's huge. That's a big invest, like that's a big return. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, because aren't you supposed, if it's publicly traded or whatever, aren't you supposed to publicly post like your staff and board members and blah blah blah, like who's all part of the company? And like on paper, it was just him and his husband or something. So that's one thing. Secondly, didn't this all start in 2015? Not like I don't know when the Kickstarter happened, but people have been making comments that this has been a thing since 2015. Okay. So kind of like a gray area loophole where he only has to publicly disclose two or three of them, but then he decided to take on the role of two, which I feel like is skirting the truth a little bit. I mean, not the truth, but like the regulation. I mean, I wouldn't blanket all publicly traded companies just because they're, like, that's judging a book by its cover, right? I wouldn't distrust a company just because they're publicly traded. You know what I mean? But that is a little skirting of the truth. Or at least obscuring of the truth. And it's not so much like that's a problem, not disclosing who's on the board, because a lot of people want to stay anonymous, right? They want to be like a silent investor, or so on and so forth. I get that. It's fine. It's whatever. They don't want their name publicly out there. But I feel like there should be at least a record of how many people are on the board. Maybe not so much like their actual identifiers of who they are and blah, 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 and like how much like of a person they are in the company, but like just like generic, hey, we have 15 board members, right? Kind of thing. Wait, how did he build it like a pyramid scheme within the company? That's interesting. I don't know how you do that. Like where the employee is like, hey, you get paid more if you bring somebody else in, kind of thing. Like what? The more like the more users you bring to the game, the more we pay you. Like, it's like that. Like, is that how it works? Like what? I don't get that. That's that would be wild. That's a new level of fucking pyramid scheme to me. That's crazy. Could you imagine if instead of bringing on dev people to create your game, instead of bringing on true marketing people and like that, true people from the industry to actually create a game and market it and develop it and release it, you bring in like fucking scam artists and fucking salesmen and stuff that their whole goal is to like go to like Reddit and places like that and like log into the game and hype people up inside of the alphas and make people happy and excited to bring their friends in. And like the more people that they incite to bring more people in, they're getting paid based off of that rather than actually doing the job of making a game. It's just like, oh, it hurts my soul, dude. Oh, that hurts my soul so much just to think about. Oh. And then what I find funny is like people are like, oh, well, it's your guys' fault for falling for this. This guy's already known to be a scammer. Like he was already convicted of, you know, Ponzi schemes or whatever, right? And don't get me wrong, it's publicly not public knowledge that yes, that was true or whatever. That's what people have said at least. That's fine. But I wouldn't say it's your fault for falling for it. Because it's not like you answered one of those fucking Nigerian prince emails or, you know, guy showed up to your house and he's like, hey, if you give me $500, man, I'll give you $10,000 worth of equipment. No, it was public information on the internet and whatnot, like Kickstarter and, you know, posts and even like Steam and things like that, where it's like, hey, we're making this game. This is the game. If you want to invest into the, you know, if you want to play the game, if you want to do this, you know, pay, blah, blah, blah. Like, I feel like that's not really like, I mean, it screams scam after a while because, you know, like we talked about, it's like, that's like, oh, money for this, money for that, money for that, money for that, money for that, money for that. It's like, okay, you're asking for a lot of damn money, but we haven't really seen a whole lot. Like that's where it started to feel like scammy, right? But like originally, or like if you come into it late, right, it doesn't really scream scam. It just screams, okay, it's a game and I had to pay to play it. That's fine. That's typical. I don't know. I don't feel like you could fault the users for, you know, paying for access to a game, which is very normal. Just saying. I feel like the people that are trying to say it's your fault, you're the reason why he was able to do this. You're the, you know, you suck it up. It's your fault. You fell for it. You're the problem. I feel like that's a very narrow-minded like thought process. It's not like the guy came out and said, "Hey guys, we're a Ponzi scheme, and we're not going to actually give you a video game, but if you give me money, you can play what we have." That's what was being said, right? It's not like it was. It's like these other games that come out all the time, right? these indie games or whatever. It's like, hey, this game's gonna come out in 2026, like fall of 2026. Do you want to play the early access? You know, for like $10, you want to buy it early? For the love of God, let me out. You know, it's like you pay the early price of like $10 to play the game, and then, you know, when the game comes out, you have the game already. Like, are you gonna say that if, you know what I mean? Like, it's so normal. It's the industry standard basically to do that. you can't blame somebody for doing it. I mean, I'm not gonna discredit that, Thor. I mean, you are right that when you're publicly traded, you have to answer to your shareholders, and the goal is profits, profits, profits. I agree with that 100%. But even though their goal is profits, not so much quality of content or product. I mean, obviously that kind of goes hand in hand with profits, in my opinion, but not always when it comes to, you know what I mean? Because sometimes quality and stuff like that comes at the expense of profits, which is not always what a publicly traded company would do. But I'm just saying, I wouldn't just say, "Oh, you're publicly traded, you're a dog shit company. I'm not going to play your game or, you know, participate in your shit because you're publicly traded." I mean, I think you got to look a little deeper, right? It's like you can't you can't look at someone and be like, "Oh, well, you're wearing a World of Warcraft shirt, so everybody that I know that plays World of Warcraft is an asshole. So I'm not going to talk to you. We're not going to be friends. You know, I'm just going to blacklist you." You can't just judge someone because they wear something or they work for some place or they do something specific. You got to take more things into accountability, right? There's gray area, right? There's always gray area. There's always nuance. There's always, you know, differences. And, you know, like I said, you can't just simply say, "Oh, because you live in America, you're an idiot." Now, we can surmise that you're an idiot because you live in America, but it doesn't mean you're an idiot, because there are smart people in America. There might be few of them, but there are some, right? It's literally just judgment before actually, like, thinking about it, right? You're not even taking any of the factors into consideration. You're not forming your own opinion about somebody. You're just judging them. You know what I mean? Before you even, it's not even like judging them based off of their actions, right? You're just judging them by the way they look or the way they dress, and that's prejudice, right? Like I said, everybody has their own way of doing things, right? Just like people refuse to play anything Amazon based back in the day before Amazon died, right? Like, "Oh, Amazon touched it, I won't play it," right? It's the same pre-bias. Like, you're judging them because Amazon's touching it, but it doesn't mean that the game is bad, right? I've always had a problem with that thought process. I always had a problem with people like taking that approach, right? It's like, I mean, I have my own pre-bias with certain things. Like, whenever I'm on the road, if there's a BMW driver, hell yeah, I'm prejudging that guy. Guy's driving like an asshole, guarantee he drives a BMW. You know what I mean? Like, I've never met a BMW driver that wasn't a dick face. Like, almost every single BMW driver I've ever interacted with or seen driving on the road has been a complete and utter dick face. They zip in and out of traffic, they cut people off, they ride people's ass, they drive too fast. You know what I mean? Like, they're just complete and utter douchebags. They don't care about anybody else on the road but themselves. Now, if I meet you out in the world and you tell me you drive a BMW, I'm gonna have my guard up. But I'm not gonna just say, "Oh, he's an asshole, I'm not gonna talk to this person." I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, so you drive like an asshole?" You know, I'm gonna make a comment about it, but I'm not gonna instantly write you off. Now, if I'm driving on the highway and I see the BMW, I'm gonna get out of the way because I don't want to get into a fucking accident. Right? Like I said, I have my own problems with this. Everybody has them. It's just a subconscious thing that happens. So I'm not faulting you in any way, Thor. Don't take that as the wrong way. I'm just saying, I think as a healthy standard for people to go by is we shouldn't be judging based off of one piece of criteria, unless it's like a heinous thing, aka you kidnap children or you murder people for a living, right? Like, just saying, like, some of it is bad, but if you work for a specific company, or just because your company publicly trades its stock and stuff, I don't organically just want to say you're a bad company, you're a bad person because you do X, Y, or Z. Where did you come from? Okay. This is ridiculous. I don't know where that guy came from. They didn't kill anybody on those stairs. That's weird. Okay. I need to catch up on chat, though. I need to catch up on what Dig was saying, because Dig sent a whole bunch of messages while I was, like, talking and I was doing this. I missed a couple of them. Oh yeah, you definitely are overcompensating, Dig. You have small PP. No doubt about it. If you drive a big truck, you have a small PP. 100%. Babies is bad. I'm good. Yeah, you got it right, Dig. You got it right. Or Edge. Oh, Thor, are you too tired to play New World? I was just gonna say, if Edge is around and you're around, if you wanted to do a couple low-level like dungeons as a 3-man, we can if you guys want. Get some of the quests out of the way and stuff. Wait, I saw something about related to drugs. Like, what are we talking about now? Hey, where did this conversation take a weird left turn? Thought about drug cartels? I mean, if you don't, like I said, if you're too tired, if you're laying on the couch and just chilling, don't worry about it. I was just offering. Because I know Edge comes in and he's like, hey, we doing dungeons tonight? And like, I know Edge is down to run some things, and I know I want to run things, but we need 3 people, and like I said, I just figured I'd ask. If you're not in the mood, that's fine. If you want to, that's fine as well. Like, doesn't matter one way or the other. It's up to you. And I have a feeling I'm just gonna try and go to bed on a reasonable time tonight. Yeah, I saw something about BMW and I saw something about drugs. So I'm like I said, once I get done with this chest run, I'm gonna scroll back up because I want to read the rest of the messages Dig was saying about the AOC thing and whatever other messages I might have somewhat missed or given past or something. Bro, your guy is dead. It means minions die. Doesn't mean the minion just stays alive and does its own fucking thing. Dude, this game, ever since day one, has always had those like weird one-off situations like that, where it just puts you in a fucking bad mood because it just doesn't. What the? That's. All right, well, I guess he got pissed off at the other guy instead of me. Well, that's what I'm saying, Thor. It's like you're stereotyping, you're prejudging somebody based off of a specific criteria. Like, same thing with the whole company thing, right? You're prejudging the company just because they publicly trade, right? I personally try to do my best to not stereotype people, right? Just because of what kind of clothes they wear or what kind of, I mean, other than the fucking BMW drivers, right, being assholes, like I try to do my best to not stereotype people in any way, shape, or form. I try to reserve my judgments and my thoughts based off of their actual actions or the things they say, or something like that. Obviously, everybody subconsciously judges people, right? Like, really hard to not, but I do my best. What drugs? That's so funny. Like I said too, though, like, not saying you're wrong in any way. I just say, like, in certain areas, you're totally correct. Like, there's certain things in certain areas that are a true reality, right? Like, for example, there's a place in Miami, Florida. I think it's Miami, Florida, or it's Orlando. I can't remember. Somewhere in Florida. Um, there is this notorious house. It's a pink house, and it moves. Right? They'll buy another house and they'll paint it pink. But it's known to be a drug house, right? So just because your house is pink doesn't mean you're a drug house. But it's a known thing in that area that if the house is pink, it's probably a drug house. Or at least it was at some point. Right? Like I said, these judgments usually come from some sort of valid reason in certain areas, right? So in your area, white BMW cars or whatever like that, for some apparent reason, that's what the druggies drive, right? The drug dealers. I don't know why, what the reasoning for that is. I mean, like I said, I don't know how true it is because I don't live there. But, like, that's just the reality of where you live, right? Here, not so much that I know of, at least. I mean, I've never noticed that or had to interact with that personally, but like I said, it could be a valid thing, right? And other places have their own things as well, right? Like, I know when I was in North Carolina, there used to be a time of the year that was notorious that we weren't allowed to go out off of base very often because it was gang initiation time of the year. And what they would do is they would drive around with their car lights off. And if you flashed your lights at a car that had their car lights off, they would turn around, chase you down, and literally shoot you and kill you in your car. That was the gang initiation. It was, you killed somebody at random after they hit a certain criteria, which is usually flashing their lights at you because they were trying to tell you, hey, your lights are off, make sure you turn your lights on, kind of thing. It's the typical thing people do when you're driving. Like, if you see someone with their lights off, you flash your lights at them to let them know that the lights are off, right? And that was something we weren't allowed to do when we were stationed, in North Carolina, because the gangs were known to, retaliate for that. Crazy, right? All right, I want to catch up on this chat though. Like, Dig was like blasting me, right? It's going pretty good, mate. Are you home yet? Oh, so he did it with the content creators. So he like incentivized the content creators to, you know, create the content and, try and make it appealing and bring people in, and he would pay them accordingly or some shit. Okay. That guy didn't pull, and then after I had turned around and was walking the other way, he decided to pull. Like, So I'm wondering why none of the content creators, when they got proposed with this, pushed back or made it public or was you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's another scummy level of itself, that the content creators were okay with seeing that in the content creation program and just allowing like and then like trying to get their audience to buy into it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that seems like another level of scummy. Like, do we fault the content creators at this point? Everybody that was a content creator that was part of the program, like, should they not be held some sort of reliable for this? Because they're a part of the scheme, and they obviously had to have known about it if they read their agreement, right? Someone was wearing a Mr. Pandora shirt at work today. Hell yeah, mate. Let's go. Oh, it's not that you write them off completely, Thor. You give them. You just would prefer a private company because they're more likely to do good by the end users, not the stockholders and stuff. I see what you mean. Like that, I'm just saying, like, the way you worded it is like, it made it sound like just because you're publicly traded means you're a dog shit company and I won't trust you or use your product. That's what I was like trying to say, is like, I wouldn't just completely write them off because they're publicly traded. Not saying there's not some validity to that, because, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool, or, you know, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Kind of bullshit. Like, if it happens enough times, it's most likely going to be true. Oh man, okay, I'm still catching up on chat. You never enjoyed Mop, really? I mean, I will agree with that statement though, Dig. I never really got into raiding in Mop. I got really bored of Mop really quick. Like when they brought in the pandas, I thought the pandas were cool, but I didn't like the monk itself or whatever it was. I thought it just kind of broke PvP for a while, and it just made things wonky. It just, I don't know, it just felt like a really weird expansion. It just never felt right. But I'm doing pretty good, mate. I appreciate you. I hope your day went well. Oh, it doesn't fit my hands. You know, I don't know why I dig, but this is what I thought of when I just read that comment. This is what I thought of. The Deadpool small hand scene. I don't know why. It just popped into my head. Because of the scene, he's like, but it feels so big in my hand, or something like that. It just, I don't know why, but it made me laugh. Cool. Love it. Love it. Bro, for the love of God, just let me fucking shoot you. That's 6 times I tried to shoot him. And I either got staggered, stunned, knocked back, or he dodged it. So frustrating. Jesus, I got so much more to read. After a long day of work. Oh, that sucks. But you can just stop at Miami. You're covered. Bro, funny story, Dick. I went to Miami one time. I went for Ozfest, and it's the first and only time I have went somewhere in the United States where the primary language is Spanish. I went to a McDonald's and you had to speak Spanish to order food because the employees could not speak English. Not a single employee at McDonald's could speak English. It's the first and only time that's ever happened to me in the United States. It was mind-blowing. I've never been to an area that they didn't speak any English. Like none of the restaurants, none of the fast food, nobody spoke fucking English. Not even the people at the hotel we stayed at. It was crazy. Yeah, I'm trying. Um, so the creator program is bringing people in and everything else they spent in the game. You got 15%. This included all shop purchases as well as subscriptions when the game launched. Wow. Wait, how did they know who brought them in though? Was it the? See, that's what I don't understand. Right? How did they know which creator brought them in or something like that? Obviously, creator codes, things like that. Um, not. It's next year. Next year. So we got like 360 days left. And I agree as well, Diggs. Like, even without knowing the guy's background or past mistakes or whatever you want to call them, I didn't know about this game other than what my friend sent me one time. He sent me like a video link of it. He's like, "Oh, I can't wait for this game." And I saw it. I was like, "Oh, that game looks dope. We'll see what it looks like, you know, when it's getting closer to release or whatever." And then when I started seeing information about like, "Oh, there's an alpha, $50. Oh, another alpha, $80. Oh, another alpha, $50. Oh, another a beta, 20, you know, $30." It's like, why is it every time I'm hearing about this game, it's like an early access, pay to access kind of access thing, and it was just like it got really redundant. And it kind of just started giving me those vibes of like, what the fuck? Why does everything have to be paid to play or to test or whatever? And like that, and then knowing that like, oh, even though you pre-ordered the game, you still had to pay for access to these, or paying for the access to these doesn't give you access to the game. Like it doesn't give you like that's where I started getting the heebie-jeebies from the game before I even knew anything else about the game. I'm still catching up on chat. So I know I'm still far behind. Like I said, I stopped reading chat for a while there while we were starting this chest run, and it put me really far behind. And not give me a second. I'll read your message too. Like I said, I'm like 10 minutes behind in chat, and I'm trying to catch up. But I'm also trying to get this chest run done because I don't want my chest run to be too staggered. I don't want like some chests to be like 10 minutes apart from the others. So I'm trying to get the chest run done in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, I don't know very many creators. I didn't really watch a lot of AOC, and I didn't really, you know, I don't know of the ones that I was watching. I don't know if they were actually creators, if they had codes or anything like that. Like I said, I didn't pay that much attention to it. The only person I kind of watched play it was Clean, and I only watched like maybe an hour worth of him playing. But then the other person I watched was shit. I don't want to say it wasn't Asmongold. It was God, what was that football player guy that turned streamer? Misfit or S-Fan, that guy. Yeah. I watched S-Fan play. And I don't think he was trying to get people to play it. I think he was just running around playing the game and just enjoying it. So I don't know if he was like part of the creator program or not or anything like that. So like I said, I don't know exactly. That's like the only two people I ever watched kind of play it a little bit. By the time I catch up in chat, it'll be like 30 minutes. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Sorry, mate. Like I said, yeah, with me running this chest run, it's kind of hard to keep up with chat with all the messages that were getting sent. So I'm really bad about that. Sorry. And then Thor said something about a bunch of content creators or something. Hold on, go catch it up. Oh yeah, a bunch of content creators are just in things for the money. And like, don't get me wrong, you're a content creator to make money. It's a living. It's a job, right? So you don't want to go into content creation to not make money, right? So I don't fault them for trying to make money, but you need to have some sort of moral compass, in my opinion. Like in a lot of situations, right? You don't do something just because it's a lot of money, right? That's crossing the line of being like a criminal, right? Like if your only goal is make money regardless of how it hurts other people, you might as well just be a bank robber, right? At that point, you might as well just go rob banks, because that's basically what you're doing to people. You don't care about your audience, you don't care about your fans, you don't care about other people, you only care about yourself. And that's like, if I was to ever get some sort of creator program or some sort of kickbacks or some sort of monetary value, fucking sponsorship or something, it would have to be something that I truly believed in. And I knew it wasn't going to like harm the people I was trying to get into it, right? That's also one of the reasons why I don't ask for you guys to sub to me or anything like that, right? Because I have nothing to offer you, and there's nothing that you benefit from subbing to me, right? I just feel bad if you guys pay me money just so you don't see ads. Now that's personal preference to you. If you don't want to see ads, go right ahead. But you know, that's just my feelings on it, right? Now if I had more to offer you and it'd be like, yo, if you sub to me, you know, you get X, Y, Z, B, D, E, like, then it's like, all right, cool, go ahead and sub to me. I have no qualms with that because you actually obtain something from me, right? All right, so my chest run is done. We'll go over and do another myth run because, like I said, we need a lot of myth. And then we'll catch up more on chat. Wait, there was farming? Oh, you said, okay, so I didn't know much about mop, I guess, but you made a comment about mop that you didn't like the open farm areas? I don't know what you meant by that. Says where you had to do cooking and farming stuff? I don't know what that is. I guess I completely skipped that section or something. I have no idea what that is. But I'm still trying to get, sorry, I'm super far behind. And yeah, like I read your publicly traded messages now, Thor, as well. Like that's what I was saying. It's like I agree with that statement of like, um, you're more likely to get. I not. Oh, I went to the wrong one. Sorry. You're more likely to get good content, and so like you said, they're when they're publicly traded, they can't sacrifice quality for profits as easily or as much. So I do agree with that. So like you're more likely to get something in favor of the end user in a private company because they can take more risks. They can allow for not as much profit, stuff like that. So I would agree with that. All right, I got 12 new messages to read. I finally got up to the first message from Not. We're getting there. We're getting there. Almost. What was there? What was there? They had referral links for specific. So I figured they'd have referral links and stuff for them. But like, how did that work? Like, if I was to like just go to the website and click it, what is like, hey, do you have a referral code? Like, was it like in your face, put in this referral code, blah 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 blah, or was it like you had to click on the link to bring you to the like I don't know. That just seems weird. Because like for example, with my new world creator code I had to make my own link that people had to click on for it to even work for me. I didn't have an actual code. I had to create my own link via their website thing in order for it to like be a thing. If that makes any sense. Those that's a little bit different, I think. Um, And then like if that, let's say person A made a link and then person B used it, but then person B brought in person C, what link does person C use? Does it use person B's link or does it use person A's link? Like that just gets really convoluted really quickly. Yeah, not so when the game first came out, it was super popular, but they released too early. There's a lot of drama with it. Not if you're still here, sorry. Oh, also thank you for the follow a few minutes ago. I appreciate it. Um, sorry, I'm not normally this far behind in chat. I just got really far behind because we started talking about something. I started ranting, and then a bunch of messages got posted, and I was doing my chest run, so I got really far behind. I'm almost caught up. Once I get over here, I'll be pretty much ready to get caught up because I have to just toss some stuff in. And we'll be on autopilot for a bit. Um, but yeah, so in the game so the problem with this game was it came out right early. They didn't want to so they had a beta and they had some problems. They were like, hey, it'll come out next month, right? That was the plan. But then when they started doing the work, they're like, shit, we need more time. We need to push it back. The community went into an uproar about that. And since they were basically rioting in the streets because they wanted to push it again, they were kind of semi-forced to release it when they said they would release it, which is earlier than they wanted to, which then in turn caused problems because the game wasn't ready. Like, it just wasn't ready. And since it wasn't ready, it had a bunch of bugs and problems, so people were pissed. Like, oh, the game's buggy, it's bullshit, it's bad game, don't play the game, blah, blah, blah. So then they got bad reviews, it got bad problems, people were pissed, and everybody quit. Not everybody, but a big chunk of people quit, right? And the player base dipped to hell hard, and then slow and surely it kept dipping and kept dipping, and eventually it idled around, 5K people. They got a release, brought people in, spiked again, went back down to 5K, new release, spiked, back down to 5K. So they averaged around 5K average players at any given time on most days off of, releases and stuff. So it wasn't like it was a bad game, but it definitely hit a niche group of smallish group of people that enjoyed doing what the game had to offer on its endless loop versus the other people that just couldn't stand it. It's just, I don't know, man. It's a good game, it's a bad game, but at the end of the day, I still don't think they should have shut it down because it still held a pretty good group of average users and stuff. They just needed to find a way to limit their expenditures to keep their profits going and to keep the game in in the profits section. I don't know, I feel like they just didn't care about the profits from this game or anything like that. They just wanted out of the industry at that point because they were just done with it. It just didn't it didn't get the traction they were hoping for, I'm assuming, and just said fuck it, we're out. Wipe our hands clean of it and start over. Something new. But yeah. It still is a decent game. Depending on what you're looking for in a game, it's still a decent game. But the fact that it's going to be up for another 360 days roughly, kind of sucks. But people will have their hopes up right now. I don't. But supposedly on Twitter, the guy from Face Punch or whatever, the CEO, offered them 25 mil for it. And then, like a couple weeks later, he put up another post saying he was in talks with an unknown company about an unknown game. This is right after the creation went belly up as well. And he couldn't give any more information other than he was in talks with a company about a game, and that was it. So my thing was, well, what game is it? Is it New World still? Or is it Ashes of Creation? Or is it a completely different game altogether? Because we have no idea. We had no other information, no other tidbits. So we don't know anything else about that. So people were like, oh, New World might be saved. I'm like, in what way, shape, or form do you think it's New World? Like, what's leaning you that way? Wasn't the cheapest 120, Dig? That's crazy. Well, because I know that there was a triple beta before the Steam release. There was a triple beta. I think it was like it was like a year-long like triple beta where it was like beta 1 would be this, and then they'd have a break, and then beta 2 would be this, and then There'd be a break, and then beta 3 would be this. And that one was like $120. But you paid $120 for access to all 3, or you paid a lesser charge for just access to the last 2, or even lesser charge for the last 1. So you had a tiered system there where it's like if you wanted access to all 3 of them, you paid more than if you only paid for the last 2, and so on and so forth. But I know before that they only had single instances where it was like a one, like just a single alpha or a single beta like test. That I feel like those weren't $100. I feel like they were less than $100 for access to those. But like I said, I could be wrong. I could not. Thanks for the hydrate, mate. I appreciate it. Wait, Ed, did you call me a moron? Yeah, so they added mounts. They added a couple new zones. Which the mounts they did terribly. So it's like we talked about this before too. The problem New World had the most is they had good ideas, but the way they implemented it was always bad. They always implemented things in the worst way possible, and that's kind of what killed the game mostly. But yeah, they added a bunch of weapons and a bunch of new zones, and they expanded the level cap and a bunch of other stuff too. All right, now I gotta scroll back down. You guys are spamming even more messages. I'm trying to fucking catch up still. Oh yeah, I agree, Dig. So yeah, if they had a referral link, they did. I didn't pay attention, right? I put up SFan on the other screen and just listened and kind of like glanced over at the game every once in a while. But I never heard him say, "Hey, use my code" or blah blah blah. I never heard him like sell out. But like I said, he could have had like a chat bot putting it up in the chat. He could have had it in his about me. He could have had it in the description or something, stuff that I never read. That's possible. But it's like I feel like if I had a streamer that I liked to watch and I enjoyed that person, and then I found this out, I would look at that streamer in a completely different light, and I probably would unfollow them and stop supporting them. Because I don't have a problem with people trying to make money and being in a creator program making money, but I have a problem if you're making money unethically, right? If you're going into this with the intention of scamming your viewers, right? It's like, hey, the more of you that buy into this, the more money I make, which is true for any code. But for it to trickle down even further seems a little wrong. Another small nugget upgrade. So like, I don't know. I feel like if they went into the creator program with their eyes open, knowing, hey, this is a Ponzi scheme, I'm down for it. I'm going to try and get all my viewers to buy this. I have a problem with that. Now, the New World Creator Program was basically, I made my link, and the link basically just brought you to the Amazon webpage to buy the game. And if you used my little clickable link to buy the game, I got 30% of whatever it was, right? That's all it was. So if you used my link, you used my link. If you didn't, you didn't. It wasn't a big deal. You know what I mean? And if somebody else used my link, they used my link. It's just a creator code link, right? At checkout or whatever. I mean, technically not at checkout because you had to click my link to do it, but it's the same thing. But I feel like that's not a Ponzi scheme in itself. I don't know. Maybe because the game was already released, it was already a real game, so on and so forth. Which reminds me, I think I still have the link in my about me that I need to remove. The game's not even purchasable anymore. I don't know. I feel like I would have to reconsider supporting somebody that was willing to do that. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just feel really icky about that. Okay. Pirates offer? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, man. That guy, I've seen so many videos of the way that guy acts on stream. Like, I don't know how true any of the allegations are or how true any of the videos are on about him. I just know, like, the clips that I have seen from the videos that have been compiled, it just seems like he's a very... like I said, I don't want to say anything negative about the guy, but it feels like he either forgets the things that he says or he's just a compulsive liar. Because he'll say he worked for Blizzard or World of Warcraft and all this other stuff, and then in another sentence he'll be like, "Oh, I never said that." Like, wait, but you clearly did multiple times, and now you're telling us you've never said it. Now there will be times that you guys might say, "Oh, well, you said this before," and I'm like, "No, I didn't," and then, because I forgot, obviously. And then when you show me I've done it, I'm like, "Oh shit, I did say that. My bad. I didn't mean it that way. That's not what I meant, or I shouldn't have said that because that's not true, or whatever." You know what I mean? I'll at least admit to it. I'm not gonna double down and be like, "You guys are fucking trolling, you're assholes, and stop making shit." Like, I'm not gonna double down. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if people have edited those videos. I don't know if they've taken them out of context. Like I said, I wasn't part of any of that stuff, so I wasn't there live to see it happen or to experience it myself. So I don't know how true any of the allegations and stuff are. But like, if any of it is somewhat holds water, then that guy seems like a dick from end to end. But yeah, there are people, content creators specifically. I don't know their names off the top of my head, but I definitely can say that a lot of them, a good chunk of them, are in it specifically for the money, and they don't actually care about their viewers. They might come across as caring about their viewers so they can make more money, but they truly are just there to make the money. They don't care about the actual people themselves. But I mean, at the same time, that's kind of almost human nature to a point. Is like you're looking out for yourself. We've talked about this before. Organically, people that's just the way they're wired. Look out for yourself. Damn everybody else. And like, there's a lot of people that aren't wired that way, but there's a lot of people that are, right? Me, I. That's just the name of the game at this point. Never watched his content. I didn't even know he was a content creator until like a bunch of drama happened with him and everything, and people were talking about it. I'm like, huh? And then I started seeing videos about it because people were talking about it, and I saw like one video, and so it ended up in my feed a little bit. So just like, I didn't really know anything about it until you guys brought it up, and now I just like, don't really care about the guy in any way, shape, or form. So and every once in a while I'll tune into a stream because it's like on my recommended page, and I'm just like, yep, this guy's boring. I don't even know why people watch him. Like, what's funny though is like when I watched the compilations of the videos, I actually liked his rants. When he was ranting about stuff and drawing on the screen and stuff, I actually liked his rants. I don't like his gameplay, and I don't like his banter, but I like his rants. It's not that his banter and his gameplay are bad. It's just I think he's more entertaining when he's just ranting about something like I do. I think I can relate to him a lot more when he's just like ranting about something he dislikes or something. It's just kind of funny. Wait, wait. I must have I played Mop almost the entire time it was Outdig, and I never knew that was a thing. But I never did cooking. I only ever did mining, smithing, jewel crafting, and enchanting. That's all I ever really did. So I guess I could understand why I would have missed it, but that's kind of wild that I never knew that was a thing. Goes to show that like no matter how much you play a game, you sometimes you're oblivious to things that that aren't in your wheelhouse. That's funny though. Yeah, I never really worked on cooking. You just click show fewer shorts. Yeah, I don't know. Like those codes just seem weird. Like to Ponzi scheme a code just seems weird. Because like the way Ponzi schemes work is like person A brings in person B, and B, C, D, and then B, C, D bring in their own ABCs, right? And then those ABCs give their money to the ABC, and then those ABCs give their money to their above ABCs. You know what I mean? Like it trickles up to the original creator, and like codes can't unless person A, the guy at the top, is giving their same code, is like using, giving the code to ABC, and then ABC is in turn giving the same code to their ABCs. It just doesn't seem like it would work. But then even with that, you can say that almost any creator code is a Ponzi scheme because it works the same way. Like if you're a viewer of someone's content and he uses code at checkout to get a discount on something to give them money, and you're like, oh, hey man, I just used Shroud's code for Logitech stuff, blah blah blah. You should use this code too if you're gonna buy something. Like, is that a Ponzi scheme? Like, is Shroud participate? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a fine line there. It's like, I guess it's intent, right? If you know it's there for a valid reason, then I guess you wouldn't call it a Ponzi scheme. But if you know it's there for malicious reasons, or it's being used for a malicious purpose, then I guess that's where it crosses the line. So it's just hard, I guess. I don't know. You watch a video that used 20 times? That's crazy. I mean, you're not wrong, or I do get behind in chat pretty regularly, but I typically catch up pretty fast. Like, I'll go into a rant, and then I'll just sit there, and I'll spend like 2-3 minutes to catch up in chat real fast, and I get caught back up in chat. Right now, I still haven't caught up, but like, I'm ranting as I'm reading your guys' messages. It's 5 minutes behind, and I'm struggling to catch up, because I'm still trying to like keep up with the game, and it's getting really hard. But it's often with always, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm still trying to catch up to the moron message that fucking Edge hit me with. I'm almost there. Wait, automod? You got automodded for something, Dig? I didn't even see it because it took me too long to get to it. Yeah, I agree, Dig. Like, what the thought process of putting all this time and effort into a DLC release to give it away for free to then announce 2 weeks later that they're closing down the doors in a year doesn't make any sense. That's literally the most brain dead fucking business idea I've ever seen in my entire life. That's just crazy. And I agree too, Dig. Like, it released in a poor state 4 years ago, right? And it had problems. But over the last 4 years, they have done such a good job of retaining a core group of like 5K players, 5 to 10K concurrent players on average, which means that they had 50 probably thousand players playing the game regularly, if not more, because that's just Steam, not console. And that's not, that's just guesstimating, because like on a daily basis, like there's a lot of people that are playing the game. I just don't know the exact numbers of everybody that's logging in and playing the game, because that's just concurrent people or peak players on Steam itself. So there have been a ton of people playing the game still. Yeah, they might not hit huge peak numbers like bigger games do, but like I feel like their numbers were comparable to like Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, some of the other names like that, ESO, kind of games, Albion. I feel like they were all roughly around the same amount of concurrent players on Steam pages. So it's just like, I don't understand the thought process. It just doesn't make any sense. Put all that effort into something new and great and then just fucking close the doors. Just seems dumb. Read fast. I'm trying. You guys just keep messaging. I mean, I wouldn't say bad management, Thor, because what I would say is, in my opinion, right? Obviously, everybody has their own opinion. I don't think, like, management probably played a small part in it, but it was more or less they had an idea of something they wanted to implement, which was a good idea, but the actual implementation of an idea was always done in such an ass-backward, asinine, stupid-ass, piece of shit kind of way, it never really sat well or did well. Like, for example, adding in the mounts. Just the way they implemented the mounts and how you can ride them and how you can mount on them and the way you acquire them, and just like everything about the mounts just was fucking done in such a poor way, or just such a tedious, annoying way, or like broke the game in such a way, it just didn't make fucking sense. So it's just, like I said, that's the problem I kind of have with the whole thing, is like every time they wanted to implement something, the way they implemented it was just so terrible. Like the gearing system, the progression system, the gear score enhancement process, like everything, just the way that they tried to make it, revamp it or change it or add it or contribute to it, was just so bad. I think that was more or less a bigger problem than however the management people were managing it. If that makes any sense, at least to me, right? Oh, I need star metal, but I'm like almost out of inventory space. I almost need to play the encumbrance song. Yeah, 14 weight left. Oh. And that's the thing too, because like AOC had so many betas and alphas. It was ridiculous for the fact that it had like 10 or 15, if not more, betas and alphas, but yet it's still in an alpha state and they've made zero fucking progress is mind-blowing. And their thing about bringing it to Steam was because they needed more people to test the game. Like they needed more data, they needed more people testing the game to give more feedback to actually make progress. Just was fucking stupid. I've never known a game to have that many betas, alphas, and tests in place to then say that they still needed more people to test and play the game. Like, just what? You need more people to play and test the game. Stop charging people for it. Have a free weekend, right? Or make a playtest free for a week and let anybody and everybody download and play the game for free for an entire week. You'll get plenty of fucking testing. You'll get plenty of fucking feedback and anything that you need. Don't charge people fucking $50 to $100 for it and expect a lot of people to join it. And you're complaining you're not getting enough people feedback and testing and stuff. Like, it's just fucking dumb. And once again, that's one of those, oh, well, now I'm feeling scammy vibes because, like, you just want more money. It's just fuck you guys, man. Oh, Moron was the one he got an auto modded for? Oh, okay. Make auto mod work extra hard. Yeah, fuck auto mod, bro. Really? You have a bunch that you don't watch because they were part of the content creator program and they were pushing it, so they kind of come off now as scummy to you? Interesting. Oh. I'm glad to see that I'm not one of those. Oh, I see what you mean. So if you use the creator code to get the game, and since that account was created with that code, anything they ever purchased going forward, even if it was 10 years down the road, would still funnel back to them. See, now that, yeah, I could see that being super fucking scummy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Political opinions, yeah, I try not to really care. I don't really watch politics. I don't really take part in politics. I don't really give a shit because I can never trust anything anybody says. So why the fuck would I want to try and get into that shit? Yeah, I honestly, Jungle, I miss this game all the time. And when they said, oh, we're shutting it down, I'm like, bro, this is my last push to ever get this out of my system. Let's just fucking crush it. And I never have to think about it going forward. Unless some angel investor comes in and decides to save it from death. You know, that could happen. You know, people have their hopes up for Face Punch to buying it. since he posted that message the other day on Twitter saying he's in talks with an unknown company about an unknown game. There's people that are like, oh, it's gonna be a new world, oh my god, he's gonna save it. Like, I don't have my hopes up for that, but you know, some people do. It is what it is. I don't know, could be a thing, it could not be a thing. 0.8, it's close to fucking max ways we can get. Okay, and yeah, Dig, that's the thing too, is like everybody has their own political views, they have their own thoughts on things, but that's why you don't talk about politics, because everyone has a different point of view, and people get mad when you talk about it and push their points of views, and you're trying to like tell them how dumb they are for their views. Like, if you avoid that conversation, that's why you never bring it up at family reunions. You know, it just causes fist fights, right? As long as you keep it to yourself, as long as you don't bring it up, or you talk about it or piss people off, like, it doesn't. Who the fuck cares, right? Whatever you do behind your closed doors is what you want to do. Like, I'm not gonna knock if you wanna dress up like a fucking lion and have sex with a fucking sheep. Go right ahead. Like, you do what you do behind your closed doors. Don't bring it to my attention. Don't put it in my face. Like that's all I ask. Each their own, man. To each their own. That's all I gotta say. What kind of freaky shit you do behind closed doors is what you want to do, man. Bro, the hardcore WoW video for Pirate Dig, I was just mind blown by that whole situation. Like, I'm not saying that he was totally at fault, but he did a lot wrong, and so did everybody else. And at that point, I just call it a wash. I'm like, all right, everybody fucked up, call it a day. But then the way that they pushed how hard he fucked up and completely ignored how bad they fucked up, and then how much he doubled down and couldn't see that he did anything wrong and only blamed them. Like, it was such an asinine fucking situation that I just wish all of them would have just shut the fuck up and just dropped it. It was so bad. The whole thing just went so fucking pear-shaped, and no one could take accountability. I was just like, holy fuck. And at the end of the day, 5 people in a group, 4 people were siding with one side. 1 person was by themselves, defending themselves. But neither side could be like, yeah, we fucked up. Now, don't get me wrong, the side of 4, I think 1 or 2 of them did state that, yeah, we did overpull, yeah, we accidentally did this or whatever. But they couldn't take into consideration that there were so many times and so many different ways that they could have gotten out even without the help of him, that they didn't do it. And then the flippy floppy calls is really what killed them at the end of the day. Like, they could have got out with 1 death or 0 deaths if they truly wanted to, but they didn't. I don't know, like I said, that whole situation was like, holy fuck. And then it blew up way out of proportion because everybody wanted to double down. Everybody wanted to make somebody else look like the bad guy. And I just like, guys, this isn't fucking that serious. Like, yeah, level 60, yeah, it's like 100 hours worth of work, if not more, but like, this is way out of proportion. Like, holy shit. Yeah, I didn't see any of his AOC stuff, Dig. After I saw that drama, I wrote that bitch off. I never knew about him before. I saw that bullshit. I was like, nope, never. I know what I'm not gonna enjoy. Yeah, I'm telling you, Dig, if I had a chat that just constantly wrote, I wouldn't be able to play games. Because my thing is, I'd rather sit here and chat with you guys and talk than play video games. Even though I want to play video games, I wouldn't be able to play video games because we'd be talking so much and I'd want to talk to you guys. I don't want to be like, and obviously it makes sense for like Shroud and Summit when they have like 10,000 fucking people. There's no way you can read chat, right? It just moves too fucking fast. Your chat would literally disappear because it can't hold enough messages. And it makes sense for them to not really read chat all that much. So I would like, the max I would want is like obviously most of them being lurkers, is enough to be a partner, but most of them not chatting. So that way I can chat with whoever I wanted to chat with, and I can keep up with chat and still kind of play the game. But like, I don't really care about the money. I want good engagements. I want good conversations. I want good vibes, good people, good hangouts. You know, that's all I want. I don't want anything else. Rant streams. You know, I should have my own channel like category that just says the rant stream or something like that. 'Cause that's all we do here. Or category Rage chat. You know what I mean? Like something that like just not playing games, not just chatting, it's just reading chat. The rant stream, I like it. Oh, that's crazy. That's kind of crazy that they're actually pushing it into court though, Dig. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, Dig, like on weekends and hitting like big numbers. Like I said, I feel like New World had a healthy player base. Complete lies, yeah. Oh man. Oh yeah, Dig. Because like the longer the game stayed out, and the more these people brought other people in, they would just be able to retire. They wouldn't have to worry ever going forward. That would have been crazy. Could you imagine the game being up for as long as WoW is, and how much money they would make off of all these transactions? That's just crazy. 4K hours, Jungle. Sorry if it took me forever to get to that message, Jungle, and you're gone by now. I'm finally at your message. And yeah, like that's the thing is like when people saw the message, they're like, "Yeah, I'm writing the game off. I'm done. I'm not gonna put time into a game that has like a shelf life." And I get it, but at the same time, like the way I look at things is like, am I having fun? If the answer is yes, that's all that truly matters to me. So as long as my continued answer is yes, I'm having fun, then it doesn't truly matter to me if I like how I go about it. I need to get charcoal. I need 2 more ingots. All right. They can do it. That's in a few years. Fuck, that's mean. But that's what I'm saying, Dave. I understand, like, because that's what I'm saying. From their point of view, a rank 1 Blizzard saves everybody, right? And if you go frame by frame in that video, you clearly see he has mana. He has no mana, and then he gains enough mana back. And don't get me wrong, yes, if you pick it apart after the fact, you're like, oh, he had a mana crystal, he had this, he had that. But in the heat of the moment, when people are yelling things and people are like, run, 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 engage, 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 run, 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 and like there's a lot of hecticness going on, and you're worried about dying and stuff like that. You know, not everything runs through your head fast enough, right? So missing the mana crystal and stuff like that, that's fine, potions or whatever. But seeing the fact that he used his blink 7,000 fucking times, he had no mana to use the blizzard for a minute. He had enough mana. He casted it and instantly canceled it before it even hit anything because he didn't want to get too close to the mobs to chance dying. That was one fail. And then he blinked away, was running, blinked a second time when people were like, bro, why are you so far away? Why are you just running? Why aren't you helping? Like, he had enough mana to cast Blizzard again. But instead, he blinked 5 times all the way to the portal, turned around, and then tried to cast a Blizzard after 2 people had already died. So like I said, he could have easily saved that party. Even with like a rank 1 Frostbolt on like one mob that was close, and then, you know, blinked away, got ready for another rank 1 Frostbolt to apply another slow to another one. Like, even if he just did that, instead of just a straight up Blizzard, like,
He had options, right? And I know was the big guy couldn't be CC'd per se, but the ads could be, and that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't recommend that he go in and Frost Nova, because then you're within melee range usually, and you could easily die. But if the tank has the aggro, all you have to do is get kind of on the side, and if you Frost Nova'd and kill and just caught one or two of the ads, that's saving so much damage that the tank isn't taking, that the healer can now keep up a little bit easier while you guys are running out. So then you don't have to be using blink the whole time, right? As long as you're like keeping up with everybody else and you're doing fine, then you know, that's when you're saving some mana because you're not frost blinking. You can then use a good Frost Nova, get one or two like actual ticks to apply the slow, then your Frost Blink out to catch back up to everybody. Bro, there's 100 things he could have done, and I know panic in the moment, and in hindsight, it's easy to pick it apart and see what he could have did better. I wouldn't have been able to do better personally. Oh, I see what happened with my stream. I think I know what I fucked up with my stream. I have to fix it after this. Tover, is I accidentally forgot to change it to today's stream. It's on yesterday's stream, so I have to change the title. Anyway, but yeah, like I said, picking it apart, hindsight after the fact, there's a lot we could have changed, but in the heat of the moment and the problems, I could see missing a lot of things and fucking up and whatever. But even at my worst, even panicking out of my ass without even fucking completely brain farting, I think I would have done better, just purely because I would have been trying to save them at the expense of my own life, because I know as a mage, I have disengage. Yes, I could technically get one tapped if my HP was low enough, but with full HP, I don't think I could get one tapped by a single mob, right? Especially if you have like a barrier up or something. I don't remember if he had a barrier up or if he didn't, but if you have a barrier up and you're staying with everybody else, not a football field away, you have the ability to help. Whether it's Frostbolts, Frost Nova, Blizzard, whatever. Right? Even if he was to have like actually done a lot of damage to one mob just to pull aggro and then run that mob, so it's aggro to him and chasing him instead of somebody else, that would have allowed for the healer to keep up on the tank a lot better, right? And yeah, you're running your ass off, and you're now sketchily staying alive because you got to stay away from that mob, but that means you can't stop to turn to help. So I mean, that's probably not the best option, but like anything would have been better in that situation than what he did. Like I said, his thought was, they said run, I don't give a fuck about anybody or anything. I'm running regardless of what you say or what you do. I only care if I live. That's literally what went through his mind. And I get it. When the raid call is to run, you run, right? There is no and ifs, buts about it. There's no wishy-washy, no, let's turn back around and engage. There is, everybody fucking runs, but with the caveat that when that is called to run, the intent is to help everybody get out while running. It isn't every man for themselves, throw the white flag down and just beeline it, and whoever dies, dies. It is do what you can with your CCs and your slows and your abilities to help allow for everybody to get out safely, and don't just think about yourself. Right? That's more or less the spirit behind the call, not, you know, black and white text to letters kind of bullshit. That's the problem I had with that situation. Is like, I agree with a lot of the stuff that happened, and like I said, we could take a lot of it with a grain of salt, because like I said, in the heat of the moment, stuff does get missed. So we're not going to go into it hindsight being like, well, he fucked up because he didn't take a port, he didn't do this, he didn't do that, he could have did this, he could have did that, this could have been done differently, this could have been done differently, this could have been this could have been that. Yeah, all that's true. But in the heat of the moment, spur, like out of nowhere, panicking happening, a lot of fucking miscommunications and conversations and yelling and screaming going on, things get missed, things get overlooked, things get thrown out the window, your brain isn't processing everything properly. You got to take some of it with a grain of salt, right? Not everybody would have been able to, like, in hindsight, you might be like, oh, I'm the best mage in the world. I would have thought about this. But at the end of the day, you don't know because you weren't in the actual situation, right? So like I said, like, we blame him because there is a lot he could have done. And he tries to say there's nothing I could have done, which is false, right? That's a pure, blatant lie to sit there and say, you know, that there's nothing he could have done to change the outcome when there's clearly something he could have done. He just didn't think of it or see it or want to. But he's just gonna hold that sword and die on that hill that there's nothing I could have done, and no matter what you say will ever change my mind to thinking that it could have been different. Like, that's the problem I had with it. Dying on that sword when there's irrefutable proof that there's stuff he could have done. Even when you rewatch the video and you go through it frame by frame, he's like, yeah, see, I had no mana. But you did. The skill lit up, showed you had enough mana, and you're still saying that you didn't have enough mana. So how can you literally sit there with irrefutable proof in your face and tell me you didn't have enough mana when it clearly shows you have enough mana? Like, that is gaslighting at its fucking finest. Yeah, like I said, there are some people that are fucking insane, Dig. Like, the shit that they pull off, you're just like, bro, how did you even fathom that in this, in the thick of it, in the chaos? How did you, like, how did you even fathom to do that? You know what I mean? Like, some of those guys are just wild with it. Like, they definitely deserve the kudos and the praise because they are fucking on point. You know what I mean? Like, some of those guys are crazy. All right, so we got our daily crafts in. Now, here's the dilemma. We need to get as many crafts in as we like, because we need to get ready for the reset tonight. All right, so I need a bunch of Ori to turn into myth to then turn into more prismatics. So we need to make obviously 9 crafts of this, which isn't too bad. It's like 50 Ori. We have enough of this. We need the charcoal and the flux, which is what we're going to do a chest run for. We almost have enough myth for it, but we need to make another 100 myth bars so we can make the 10 crafts here, which also means we need another, what, 20 of these. So basically between the two, we need 70 Ori bars. Not big deal. We already have the Ori bars. So we probably don't need to farm the Ori. We just need a little bit of myth and we need the flux. But we do need to farm more, you know, iron, steel, star metal for the following days. So what we will do is I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to go do our myth run. We're going to do a next chest run. And then we'll probably work on a little bit of wood chopping for a little while because we already have everything for tonight, like I said. And we'll work on some more iron and stuff after that. Let me pee. I'll be right back.
Oh man. All right. So this is done. All right. So let's put the this piece back on. All right. Let's see. Okay, so we have a skinning box. Or sorry, melting box. We got a pattern. Let's go. Let's go. That's huge. That's actually insane. With that in mind, though, we're gonna hold on to it because I don't want to make one that if I end up accidentally like picking it up and then I'll have two. My question is actually, I'll look it up first because if I scrap one, will I get a pattern? So if I scrap a smelter's item, salvage. Okay, it does not seem to drop the actual pattern. Okay, so I don't want to make it then, because if I get the item and then I salvage it, I'm not going to get a pattern in return. So I don't want to use the pattern on an item that I possibly could get and then kind of cuck myself. All right, so let's go jump off what we can. Let's go get some more myth. Let's go do another chest run. And then we'll do another myth right after that one. Oh, about here. Oh, there's so much. There's so much shit. All right, there's that. Okay, so what else can we get rid of? So we can get rid of this weaving. Get rid of this wood. Get rid of the Arcana. That's everything. Problem we have right now is this. Right, so we have gotten. We got the harvesting trophy. We got the weapons smithing trophy, which is kind of wild. And we got the Arcana trophy so far. That's so far that's all we've really obtained, which is cool. It's good. It's a great start, but we're still missing a whole bunch. Oh yeah, we got crafting mods too, but I think we're good enough for now. All right, I think we need to actually make a starter. We need to make starter bags, I think, because we're kind of struggling on weight. We're selling courses to people. Oh my god. It will help you grow. You pay us and we'll help you get, get more viewers. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Oh, that's very sad. Very sad. Oh, I guarantee you, Dig. They probably pay like $100 for the course or whatever, and then they spend like $20 and view bot the account. So they pocket like 80 bucks at a time or whatever it was, Maybe they spend $5 on view botting and they take like $25, for the course or something small. But look, man, the course seems to be working. Look how many extra viewers you're getting. Oh man, the scumminess. Scumminess and gaslighting at its finest. Oh. Oh, there. Those. Oop. I hate that it doesn't reset this, even though it's supposed to. It's such a stupid fucking glitch. Alright, so I kind of want to work on my wood chopping a bit, but I think what we'll do first is we already have the materials to do tomorrow's reset, or today's reset for tomorrow, but I think we'll do an iron run into a star metal run today in preparation for craft. I think we got to get Monday's crafts set up. Looks like you fell asleep? Hell yeah. 10 minutes of sleep is always great. Let's go. Nice little naparino, you know? But yeah, that's what we need to do. So we're going to run a bit of iron, and then we're going to run a bit of star metal, and then maybe a little bit of ori because we might be running out. And then we need a bunch more myth, and then we'll be ready for Mondays. And then once we have the Mondays set up, then we'll work on our wood chopping. Look how my arrow just went through you. Like, that's always lovely. What did I just shoot? Ah, gotcha. Alright. I want to try to look up different. Oh my god, this is, I fucking hate that mob so much. It's the only mob in the game that can literally hit you 15 times in a row. And you can't get away from it. I dodge rolled and I went nowhere. I literally went nowhere after I dodge rolled. And I was slowed from the attack. So he just just fucking laying into me. The most annoying fucking mob in the entire game if you let get to. So stupid. One of the most stupid attack combos. Almost as stupid as the shielder guy that does the shield bash spear lunge. The shield bash does like fucking 5k damage, and then the spear lunge does like 8k damage. So if you have less than like 13k HP, you're basically dead if he hits you with the shield bash. Because it stuns you for like 3 seconds while it does the other thing. Unless you have like CC reducers and stuff on your gear. Like, oh my god. Some of the combos in this game are just ridiculous. And not only that, is like his shield bash has a lunge. So even if you like roll away from him, if you don't roll far enough, you still get hit by it. It's fucking dumb, man. Overall, just so many dumb things in this game. Once again, it's not that what they added wasn't good in paper and in theory. It's the way they implemented it was so poor. Oh. So I am curious about that though. It's like, so typically most gaming companies, or at least most companies in general, they don't house their servers in-house. They pay a data center to house the servers for them, which has their own employees that work there. And obviously, if they stop paying the bill for that, you know, those servers will eventually just be turned off and no longer operational. But in theory, it should, like, if it goes down, it goes down. But typically, the data center won't restart the servers or turn them back on if they go down unless they're prompted to by the company. Right? Because they don't have like, they have alarms and alerts and stuff, but they're not going to know if the servers are hung or something like that. They're just going to be like, oh, the server's up and operating. Like, it's powered on and it's running. That's the only alert that they really have. They've included the 2022. Jesus. Can I get out of here? For the love of God? That's a stupid setup, dude. Like, if you're gonna do that where there's chests behind that, you're gonna put that in place to have to fight them, put the chest inside the bubble. That way you can't run back there and steal the chests. And the mobs don't get, like, fucking stuck and annoying. Once again, on paper, was a good idea. Fucking actual applications that they applied, fucking stupid. Ugh. Number 12 after 1 minute? That's crazy. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it though, man. We went to Chipotle the other day. Chipotle opens up at 10:45. It's a fucking weird number, honestly. And we pulled up at like 10:40. We're just sitting in the parking lot, you know. 10:44 rolls around. This lady flies into the parking lot at like fucking 80 miles an hour and slides into a parking spot to a stop. And then the second she stops, she slams her car into park and leaps out of the car and runs to the door. And the door is still locked. And I'm like, the fuck? Like, why do you have to, like, why are you in such a hurry to go to fucking Chipotle at 10:45 in the morning? The fuck? So she walks back to her car, and the second she sees someone walking to the door, she leaps out of her car and runs to the door. I'm just sitting here, I'm like, it ain't that serious, bro. What the fuck? If there's people like that, Thor, that are that impatient and that, like, needy to be first person in line, I can only imagine phone calls to, like, places like that. You know what I mean? People are probably calling, like, 10 seconds before it turns, like, you know, like, whatever time that they open. Like, let's say they open at 7 a.m. They're probably calling at 6:59 in, like, 50 seconds. So the ringer's going through, like, as they open the doors kind of shit. Like, they're trying to time that shit down to the millisecond. Which, yeah, exactly. Those people were probably dialing, like, to the millisecond of when it would unlock. Because typically, when it comes to phone systems, it's automated, right? And it will automatically, some of them are and some of them aren't, but typically they'll have an automated system that is set to auto switch at a specific date and time, right? So Monday at 7 a.m., it will, like, on the dot 7 a.m. of when their, whatever their clock is set to, it will auto swap it'll auto turn off the voicemail, right? And it'll allow it to ring. There are other companies that don't have that, and then they manually have to do it. So some of them are a little bit more spot on than others, but like, yeah, like it's just crazy, man. People are wild. Let's just say they're just fucking wild. The things that they will put effort into to being first is just crazy. It's just like those people for like big sales at places, right? So like Black Friday sales and stuff in the US. People will sit outside of like a Best Buy for like a week, just camped out in camps and tents and stuff, to be the first person in line just to, you know, get a TV for 50% off or something. Like, people's priorities, man, sometimes are crazy. The Friday sick day. You're not wrong. I forgot it's Friday. Yeah, and like, and then they also, not only is it like they do it online, but there's also like they don't have the doorbusters anymore, right? It's not like, hey, first 30 people through the door get this thing for this price or whatever. It's, hey, we're starting our sales a week early, and we're just putting everything down, you know, by a percentage, you know, or whatever. It's like 20% off, 50% off, 80% off of whatever the items are that they're looking at. It's like there's no real like massive, insane good deals like there used to be. Like I said, back in the day, it was like, hey, this 80-inch TV that's normally $4,000, you can get it for $20 if you're the first 30 people in line. Right? Like, that's what it used to be back in the day. Like, that was the true fucking Black Friday experience. And like, it would be like a newspaper thing too. It's like you had to like look at the newspaper for what all the doorbusters were for all the different places and the deals and stuff. So you're like, okay, cool. I know what store I'm going to at what times and which ones I need to prioritize and what order, and like you made game plans for Black Friday back in the day. Now it's, oh, let's just pull out our phone and see what's on sale. You know what I mean? Like, why? Why are these mobs after me? Okay, we're just gonna go reset this because this is fucking stupid. I don't know why this guy's after me when I was chasing somebody else. It's fucking dumb. Hate when that shit happens. That's another like buggy part with this game, is like the aggro table. Somebody else aggroes it, and if they lose aggro on that person, they switch to the next closest target 50% of the time. Not every time, but 50% of the time, they will just switch to the next target. Even though that person didn't aggro them. It wasn't in range. Right? So dumb, man. And like, the thing is, like, this stuff doesn't typically bother me in small groups, right? If that situation happens, you know, and I only play the game like once a week, it's like, okay, cool, whatever, it happened. But if you play this game every day, 8 hours a day, and you have to deal with that multiple times every single day, it gets really tedious really fucking fast. Is my greatsword max level already? It doesn't seem to be giving me EXP. It is. I thought it wasn't. Okay, hold on. So these are all max level except for the fire staff. Okay, we can leave the void gauntlet on. We'll work on the void gauntlet now. I need void gauntlet, I need fire staff, I need life staff, ice gauntlet. Actually, I think life staff is done, but I need a ice staff or ice gauntlet, war hammer, spear, a handful of
one-handed weapons, daggers, flail, rapier. I think all those need to be leveled as well. Ugh. Yeah, but the original Black Friday thing was fucking, it was a wild experience. I never went and did the campouts or the doorbusters. I was always younger back then. And just couldn't, I couldn't be bothered to go and deal with that shit. That was way too much human interaction for my ass. The most I ever did was I showed up to a Call of Duty release at midnight. A midnight Call of Duty release. And I mean, I showed up like 15 minutes before. I was like 100th in line. It was like whatever, you know, didn't really give a shit. I was just there to pick it up so I can bring it home and play. I mean, I think it's cool, right, Dig? But my true problem with the WoW, like the classic re-release, is it's nothing different. Like, it's cool to go back and play the older content at current level and current gear score and stuff with none of the inflation and power creep and stuff, right? But it doesn't have the same flair as it did before. And like I said it before, the only way I'll ever go back and replay the game is if they bring back Classic Plus. Or not bring back, but like bring Classic Plus to life. I know it's a thing, I know it's in the works, and who knows when we'll fucking finally get it, but that is the only thing that will revitalize WoW for me. Because I want to play WoW again. I do. But I don't want to play what I've already played. I want to play something new, but also different. So I'm being a little greedy, I guess. Right? But I just don't see me having enough fun replaying something I played when it originally came out for many years. Like I played original WoW, right, from 2004 until Burning Crusade came out, and I played Burning Crusade from release day until Kata came out. I never stopped playing, so I have no real inkling to want to go back and play these. Other than like the raids and stuff were cool, right? A lot of the stuff was really cool back in those days, when you were at the level, when you were at the current gear score, and all the other stuff. Like there was no power creep. Like it was fun. But with the experience and the knowledge we have nowadays compared to what we had back then, being what it is, it makes it almost too easy in a way to play. Just because of like the experience increase and the knowledge gain and stuff. Oh, fucking absolutely obliterated. Because that was the problem I had with like vanilla, is people were so much more adept at the game this time around that they were speed running it, and they had no problems clearing raids. They had no problems clearing dungeons. They had no problems like leveling. There was zero problems, and everybody did everything very fast, very efficient, very smooth. There's very little learning process, right? Like everybody was a god. So it just wasn't as fun. Because then everybody was elitist at this point, and if you weren't doing the min-max meta strats for your builds or your gear setups or whatever, then you weren't allowed to go into dungeons and raids, and people didn't take you or wouldn't accept you or whatever the fuck the criteria was going into it. Because I never really like took it serious enough to actually do it. But at least if it was Classic Plus and it was new dungeons, new raids, new gear scores, new zones, like things were done slightly differently, at least it would be different. I wouldn't just be doing the same old I autopiloted for fucking 15 years, you know what I mean?
Can this guy just fucking retreat so I can go up the stairs? Jesus Christ. Oh, hell yeah, Thor. Congrats. Now you can go back to sleep. Yeah, Season of Discovery, I didn't know about that. What, bro, will you just fucking just stop retreating? Like, you're pissing me off. It's fucking annoying, dude. Just fucking retreat. Ah, game. So fucking freaky, man. Yeah, I never really got into Season of Discovery. I saw a buddy of mine playing, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And I just never played it, obviously, because I just wasn't into WoW at the time. But yeah, I'll definitely go back for Classic Plus. And like I said, I know it's different from 2007 version of it, but it's also not. Right? It's the same raid. It's the same dungeons. It's the same gear. It's the same, you know, passive trees. It's the same everything. Just with its like the polishments and the quality of life that were missing from it back then. Right? It's not anything truly different in my opinion. Like, the layout is the same. Is it still available? I thought they closed it. I thought at the end of that season they turned it off and that was it. Did they re-release it or continue on or make a new season for it with new stuff? That's pretty cool. But knowing that it's like a small player base, player base, kind of like lowers the nostalgia for it or the inkling to want to try it because there's only a few thousand players that are playing it. Like it limits the player pool to a point where, you know, you got to deal with what you got, kind of thing. Yeah, so what they'll probably do in that case is they'll probably leave it up until, yeah, until Classic Plus, and they'll just swap from that to Classic Plus, basically, for the servers. So that way people have something to do that's different until, you know, we get something new. Probably what'll happen. I agree with that. Most likely the game plan. But yeah, Classic Plus I think will be super fun. Because I'm just like, it really depends on how they go about implementing the Plus version. Like, how they're gonna go about like the like are they gonna change up the raids? Are they gonna change up the zones? Are they gonna change up the quest lines? Like, what all are they gonna truly change to make it a plus? You know what I mean? Because like, you know, the traditional, oh well, you start over in south of Orgrimmar, I don't remember what that place is called, and you end up over, you know, the place next to it, and you end up over in the Barrens, and then, you know, maybe you go over to Terran Mill, and you go to this other place, and you do this other thing, and, you know, like, instead of, like, hitting the traditional old spots, are we going to get, like, a new landscape? Is the quest going to take us in a different like order? You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of curious. Like, are we going to have the traditional like talent trees that we had before? Are they going to like possibly revamp the talent trees, or maybe the classes or the specs a little bit? Like, I'm just kind of curious on what, like, that's why I'm waiting for like the announcement and stuff. Kind of have an idea like what we're to expect, because they could do it really well. They could do really, really just generic and bad, and just, you know, one of those things like, in theory sounds great, but on practice and actual application, did they do it well? That's the curious thing, is like, are they actually going to do something good, or are they just going to take the easy way out and do some generic bullshit that's just fucking awful? That's what I'm waiting to see. Gonna go back to anime rewatching? Hell yeah. Sounds good, Thor. I appreciate you. Take it easy, sleep well, hopefully. And yeah, I'll catch you next time. Be around Monday and Tuesday if you're around. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you need me in the meantime, use the Discord. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm expecting there to be no change. I'm expecting it to be literally classic, right? They're going to give us bare bones classic, and then they're going to expand upon it by adding things that are new, right? Keeping the old nostalgic stuff, but then adding new things that we've never seen before past that point. That's what I'm expecting it to be. It's going to be the bare bones classic, and instead of going the traditional route of, all right, guys, now we're going to go to BC and then to Lich King, and instead of following the traditional path, I feel like they're going to then, like classic, like RuneScape did, right? They're going to give us unique things to classic that never existed before. So we're going to get new dungeons and raids that were never released in any of the other expansions, that are completely unique to playing classic specifically. And I think that's where they'll find their niche of like actually a good player base for playing it, right? Because then people will have a reason to play that over actual retail. Oh yeah, they're 100% going to be disappointed, because I guarantee you it's just going to be a straight up basic classic release, and then 6 months after release they might give us like our first new dungeon, right? And then they might give us like something new like every 3 to 6 months after that. Like, maybe we'll get like the first dungeon in 6 months, and then we'll get a raid 3 months after that, and then 6 months later we might get like another dungeon, followed by a 3 month release of a new a new raid or something. Like, I feel like that's probably what's gonna more or less happen. Like I said, I don't think we're gonna get like a completely revamped map, quest system, dungeon system, or anything like that right out the gate. They have to have a core basis of the game that is recognizable to build upon. So I think, like you said, just like the same criteria that old school RuneScape followed, they gave you the core base game of 07 with the quality of life and polishments that came after 07. But then they built new stuff around it. Right? New cities, new territories, new raids, new dungeons, new skills, abilities, items, things that didn't exist in the past, and then don't exist in the current retail realm either. I think that, like I said, I think I agree with that assessment of what it's going to end up being like, and I think that's most likely what's going to happen. And I agree as well that I think majority of the people that are waiting for it are going to be really disappointed at what they actually get, because they're expecting one thing and they're going to get something completely different. Oh, it is what it is, though. I don't really care that much. Something new is better than nothing new. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think what it'll be though, Dig, I think it'll just be, it'll be classic with the
advancements from any of the expansions above it that they want part of the game as a core. So like things that were introduced in MOP that they think should be part of the game in its core state. I think that's what we'll end up seeing is stuff like that, where it's not so much classic stuff, but it is stuff that they want to be in the game going forward. So they'll give it to us early. And then just build around it so they don't have to add that stuff at a later date. Right. So it'll be a classic plus to start with, but I think it'll just be quality of life and enhancements that came down the road, like the pet system and things like that, like that they want to be part of the game, but they don't want to have to add it later. They're just going to add it all up front into just the base mode of the game, and then they're going to build around it, I think. That's what will probably happen, but who knows? I was saying it's not gonna diminish my hype for it, because just knowing that it is going to be a classic plus, I will play it. I might not play it on release. I'll probably wait for like 6 months for like some content to come out and some additions to come out, and then probably jump into it then to give it a shot. Because I don't want to jump into it right off the bat, level up a character, be playing the core basics of the game while I'm waiting on content, and be paying monthly membership the whole time. I'd rather wait for a bunch of content to come out and then, bum rush through it all at one time. Just have fun with it. And then if I want to continue like on after that point, then yeah, sure, why not? That joke. Why did the drum go to bed? It was beat. Oh, so good. That's a good one. I like that. Wait. You're only a few weeks away from playing the new retail expansion since it'll be releasing. Wait, I thought the new expansion already released for retail. I thought it released like last week or earlier this week. Oh, I didn't have my right weapon on. Oh, that was pre-patch? Oh. Got you. Okay. I just remember, I think I was on Asmongold's thing when he was talking about Ashes, and they were talking about the WoW housing stuff as well that had come out. So I thought it was already out because of like what he was watching seemed to be like the release, like cinema and everything of it. So I thought it was like literally it was already released kind of thing. That makes sense. Because I saw the pre-release. I think I was watching his stream when he was doing the pre-release for it. And then I thought like a couple days later or a week later I saw the Asmongold was looking at it. So I thought it was like fully released since it was like a week later. I thought it already came out. Like I said, I'm a little out of the loop. Like I said, I just assumed it was already out since I saw the pre-release a week before, and then I saw the Asmongold stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. At least they give you like a timeline kind of roadmap.
I'm getting a lot of life motes though, man. That's just insane. Having a life mote fucking pickaxe is insane. Now I can get so many life motes without actually trying. What's cool is if I actually do the life motes via mining, aka like the mineable life motes, I can actually proc life motes off of life motes. There's even more. Look how much I just got. I'm already up to 65. I haven't even tried yet. I mean, I already put a bunch away too. So I'm gonna be getting so many motes. Oh man, motes on fucking tools is insane. I almost want multiple fucking pickaxes though, or axes, because you can farm so many trees in such a short period of time. They're like in abundance, like young trees and mature trees right outside of, like Everfall and stuff. Or you can farm so many trees if you had moats on axes, like multiple axes for multiple different moats. You can farm any moat you want in mass quantity. That's why moats on tools is so strong. Because moats are such a bottleneck for making gems or your weekly changes on muteds and stuff. If you don't have moats on your tools, you're just fucking yourself. You have to go out and farm so many moats, like thousands upon thousands of moats, like every week. Alright, so I'm thinking I need to do some faction quests. Some of them are really easy. I might go and see if Everfall has some like easy ones, like go do a few things, because I need to get some faction tokens so I can get to the higher bags of holdings. So I can just make, I think I just need to make starter bags. I really do. But I keep running out of space, and my bags are, I got a tier 5, I got 2 tier 5s. I got this tier 2. So this one only gives me 107 weight. This is 300 and this one's 300. But I wonder why this one's so much more. This one just has pockets and pockets. They're both the same gear score, so I don't know why this one's so much more. But yeah, I need this one to be upgraded. Because having another like 200 extra weight from a bag would be good. But I think I could probably, I mean, I really wish I had prismatic hides and stuff. And I would like to make it with prismatic stuff. So I can push the gear score maybe like 625 or something like that. So I can push the gear score to 625. I think that would be a great starter point for my bags. Is pushing it to 700 past that wouldn't increase my weight all that much, but it would just be like a milestone that I've always wanted to hit. And then if I can get territory standing on the bags or faction tokens on the bags, it would help. So I can get more of those materials. Like I would like weight reduction for like ores and trees and stuff like that, so I can hold more stuff. That would be really good as well. But I think the main goal is luck bags, luck on the bags, with some sort of way to like reduce the amount of grinding I have to do stuff. I think that's kind of the goal. But yeah, Dig, whenever you find out information on like WoW stuff, feel free to let me know. Because like I said, not that I play WoW right now, but I am interested in getting into WoW again when Classic Plus comes out. And like, not the core of Classic Plus, but when actually we do get new stuff to test out and try. I will be interested in giving it a shot for sure. I like hearing news on games. So I can try to like keep up without like keeping my nose to the grindstone, you know? Oh, all right. Yes, I think I need to figure out where to farm some of my perk items though, because I already know how to get the extra pockets mod, which is the one I'll force onto my bags, because I think that one's more important than getting luck. But I almost wish I could force luck as well instead of the extra pockets. The extra pockets gives like another 90 to 100 weight, which is really strong. Climb, climb, please climb. Climb, please. Please climb. Hello. Thank you. Nice. That's huge for you though. So I know we haven't I know I asked you about it before and they haven't done it yet. But when they do redo the kinships, the guilds, will you have to re-level the guilds from scratch? Or well, if they're already leveled, will they retain their level? Yeah, I'm assuming that you'll retain whatever level you are, and you'll just get the buffs and benefits for whatever level you're currently at. Because that was the thing with the new guilds from what they originally announced is there's going to be buffs for your members. So, you know, the higher level your guild, the more stats the guild gives, like more attack, defense, strength, you know, survivability, whatever. Like supposedly it's going to give stat bonuses, so it gives people a reason to want to be in the guilds more now, other than just bank transfers and stuff. Well, I'm not saying take away from the guilds, right? But what I mean is like since they're going to be redoing the perks and benefits that the guilds have currently and revamping it completely to a new system, I was wondering if they were going to um, put everybody back to level 1 again because the perks and benefits are different than they used to be. But it wouldn't make that much sense to do that. If you have like a 20-year, you know, guild that's max level, like, and it takes so long to get to max level, why would you force them to re-level it? Well, yeah, so, but this is what was announced last year or something, Dig, with the guild thing that I read, is that was the plan. Not to say that the plans haven't changed or ideas haven't changed, but the plan was they wanted to add buffs and benefits to the guild that gave like they gave actual value to being in the guild, combat wise, growth wise, power, you know what I mean, giving more power creep or whatever. And not a lot, just a very small amount. It's mostly only noticeable at like low levels. Right. Um but that way, like new players coming into the game had a reason to want to join a guild, because not only is it like social and grouping aspects, but there was like actual combat power associated to it. Yeah, they never said anything about the reset. I was just thinking out loud that I'm curious if they're going to do a reset or if they're not, because they haven't said it one way or the other. And it just doesn't make sense to do a reset. But you know, companies do asinine things all the time. It just stuff that just doesn't make sense. Like, why would you? Because if let's say it takes 3 months to max level your guild, you're gonna make a guild that has been max level for over 10 years, re-level their account, re-level their guild to max level because you redid the guild system. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you should retain your EXP or your level for your guild, and just the buffs are different. That should be all that it is, right? Oh hell yeah. Rivendell housing should be cool. Always like the Rivendell like area. Get like a waterfront property, you know? Maybe with a waterfall. So you always have to pee. Look how much life motes I'm getting just from doing my iron route. That's wild.
Ugh. Windfall? What's that? 639 trill. You're making some huge progress, mate. Wait, what's the Mirage hard hat do? Dig, could you post that in the general chat, the Steam link to it, so I can look at it? I haven't heard of Quinfall yet. I wonder if the streamer Quinn is part of it. Is this his pet project? Oh, more levels of Croc Bubble, huge. Bro, that gave me... Oh, I didn't get any life modes for that. Maybe it just didn't proc? I don't know. On Discord? Oh, thanks. I mean, that's the nice thing about it, though, Dig, is like, when you put a game into early access, like alphas or betas, and you get feedback, like, it gives you the opportunity to revamp things that you thought were good, but maybe you implemented in a bad way. Or like getting people's feedback to see what they like and dislike. Obviously keep your core ideas and your core like vision, but like if you can revamp it to like keep within your standards but make it more in line with what players want, like that's like the best thing I think companies can do. And some companies do really good at the reworks and some just do terrible. Yeah, I'm kind of curious if my life modes will proc off my pickaxe if I mine this, but it will be hard to tell because it yeah, they all show up in the same section. It's at 18. I don't know if that procced or not. Oh man. Once again, I'm almost fucking full. It's crazy. Yeah, I need a new bag. I can't even do a full iron run right now. I have too much I have too many other things like charms and crafting mods and just way too much weight of other stuff on me to actually be able to do this with my current setup. No, I asked Thor earlier, and he didn't really give me a yes or no. I just know he fell asleep, and then he had to call his doctor, and I think he went back to sleep. I think I'm in Act 6 now, Edge. I just finished the Shavs fight. Like the top of the tower. Let me tell you, that thing kicked my ass. I died so many times on that fight. And it's purely because I just don't have gear. Like, I'm still using all that, like, unique gear, we had. So the tabula is not giving me any armor. So I'm just kind of struggle busting there. I didn't put on any, auras or anything. So just, like I said, I'm a bit behind. Alright, so let's just teleport out. We'll have to go and do some star metal runs specifically. 108 croc bubbles a day. That's pretty good. I don't even remember how to look. All right, then we'll go and look at this game really quick. I like the one game you sent the other day, Dig. The one that you said looked pretty good. I don't remember what that was. It's in Discord as well. What is it? Ancient Fantasy. The only problem I had is the movement actually made my brain want to like explode. This looks like BDO. Graphically speaking, it reminds me of BDO. Like just it running around, this
town and when you're running around, like the groundwork, the NPCs, like yeah, it looks like BDO graphics, and I love BDO graphics. It might not be as crisp as BDO graphics or as smooth. I mean, BDO lags a lot for me, but it's pretty solid. I think graphically speaking, it's pretty good. I love the rabbit following around. Rabbit's pretty funny. Feeding your pets? That's weird. It's interesting. Okay. The desert area. I don't know if I like the haze so much. Yo, the map. Okay, wait a tick. Wait a tick. Wait a tick. Question. Are these teleporters? Like, what is this? Like, because each one has its own circle, so it's like, do you teleport to these different places? Is it actually like runnable, like open world stuff? Because if I'm being honest, this map layout reminds me of an RTS. It reminds me of like Total War almost. I have the game somewhere. I'm so bad at finding my games. Yeah, it reminds me of this. Or like you have like the different areas controlled by different people, and you just send a group over to fight them, and you take over territory. It's just like a map thing, right? Not so much like a playable, runnable area as it is just like you tell someone to go somewhere and they just do it. That's what the map looks like. But I don't know. I haven't seen Albion's map system. Yeah, I want to see actual gameplay. Like this is actually chopping down trees. Like it looks like an open world, right? Like I can see like territory over there off to the distance, right? I see other people. Could be on like co-op, right? You got to feed your pets, it looks like. But it doesn't look like a small area, right? The map looks very generic. Like I'm not seeing a whole lot. There's so much bloom and brightness going on. I have no fucking idea what I'm looking at when he's looking towards the sun. Exactly. We won't know until we actually get into it. And we don't know about how the map is. Like I'm wondering if it's like a Bitcraft map where it's just all massive open area, and those different areas are people that have claimed territory in those zones, like little maps and stuff. But like this right here where rabbits go by and they're like different stars, maybe you can capture them and tame them to be your pets. That could be really cool. Or you can kill them and fight them. I don't know. But like it looks open. Like look how big that area is. All the like the wooded areas, the trees. I just don't know how deep it goes. If it's all one continuous open world or if it's zones. The zones suck, but massive open worlds like World of Warcraft and stuff, I think are sick. I mean, there'll be loading because there'll be like chunk loading, like RuneScape and stuff. But yeah, I don't. What you mean if what you mean by loading, you mean like zones, like portals to zone from zone to zone. I don't think it looks like it doesn't have that. Could be wrong. But if it's like a wild load like area where like certain things don't load at certain distances away, obviously, but as you get closer, it loads them as they need to. I think that's what it'll be like, and that'll be dope. That'll be actually really sick and really enjoyable. I think that'll be cool.
I have to go to the bathroom really quick, guys. So let me go do that really quick, and then we'll get back into this. Give me just a second. Yeah, that looks sick though. I need to keep track of that one, or somebody does. Alrighty then. Sorry about that. Told me how to check how many I get. It's on Toolbox. I forgot, right? I don't know. I just don't remember, if I'm being honest, how many. But isn't it in Toolbox? Yeah, so these are my 3 eligible, but how many does it get? Am I like looking at this wrong? I don't remember. It's not stamps. I know stamps is another part. But it just says +3. And it's not telling me the other buffs and benefits. Oh, is it Divinity? Maybe not. Um oh, only in game? Where does it tell you again? Because the only thing I know is that this. So like here somewhere? Yeah, I can't remember. I literally have no fucking idea. Fucking level this up though. That's cool. Oh, at the divinity spot you click on them? Okay. Yeah, I'll do it another day. That's not a big deal. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm not that worried about it. I was just saying, like, I just couldn't remember. Wait, that game looks sick. It's $10 too. I just realized this too. Full release in February. Or it was yesterday. So full release as of yesterday? Gates are finally opening. Here's the details for server maintenance for official launch. Enter full release. Server shutdown starts February 6th, 9 UTC. Server's opening, so today. So this was posted yesterday, but it's for today. I like that they gave you at least a 24-hour notice. I'm not lying, $10. It looks good. I'm worried about this. The reviews. the recent 281 mixed reviews and the overall English reviews of a 1600 being mixed, that's what I'm worried about. But MMORPG open world, just straight up, I don't know why they tag them as online co-op when they're an MMO. Like, doesn't make sense. Like, massive multiplayer online MMORPG tags, you don't need online co-op. That's just, online co-op to me screams that it's a single player game, but you can co-op with your friends through online linkage. That's what this title should be used as, not in an MMO. Kernel level anti-cheat. I don't know how I feel about that though. This right here, I don't know how I feel about this. This is kind of like what Val does. And that's kind of wonky. And then you got this, the agreement for this, which is fine. This is the only thing that I'm seeing that I'm kind of worried about is the kernel level anti-cheat. Now, if they used easy anti-cheat or something like that, yes, it's easy to bypass and it's easy to like cheat through it, but at least it's trustworthy. This, on the other hand, I don't know what this is. I'm sure throw this out there, just what Google AI said. Developed by South Korean company. Nothing against South Korea or anything. But the fact that it's a kernel level access from an overseas company in general. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. That's just a little worrisome. But according to this, against hacks, unauthorized notifications, cheating for tools, blah, 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 it is widely used in many Asian influenced online multiplayer games such as Black Desert Online. I don't think that's true. I truly don't know if Black Desert actually uses this or not. I never actually got to try Blessed. Hold on. It does. Interesting. I thought this used easy anti-cheat. I would thought this 100% used easy anti-cheat. That's what I'm saying. If I already have it, then sure, I trust this game. Then I'm not opposed to it. I've never noticed this. I'm curious. Okay. Easy anti-cheat operates at the kernel level. So, okay. Sure. I'm not opposed to it then. As I'm pretty sure BDO uses easy anti-cheat. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So easy anti-cheat is a kernel level. It does use easy anti-cheat. So I'm assuming the game we're talking about also probably uses easy anti-cheat. So, okay. So that puts my fear to rest, at least in that. To a new one in 2024? Okay. I don't know why they would switch, but that's fine. I wish I knew what the anti-cheat was so I can Google it. Because like I said, easy anti-cheat I trust. I've used it for so many different games over the years, for so many different things. I have no problems with easy anti-cheat running, right? I'm just curious on what they switched to. Also a kernel level, obviously. But I'm just kind of curious. Alright, so let's get back to what we're doing. We're gonna need to do another run. Alright, what do we run out of? Coal? Alright, let's go get some charcoal. Could you do you think you could find out what anti-cheat they're using, Dig? It is a really bad one. It's really easy to obtain. Everybody like uses it when, you know, just to have something. And I agree that it's not the best one in the world. It's really easy to get around and stuff. But that's what I'm saying. Since it's not super intrusive, it doesn't catch a whole lot. But at the same time, if it's too intrusive, it sees too much data on the computer, which I don't like. And it has a lot of false positives when it's too intrusive. There's some problems with certain ones that like they literally close your game, prevent you from playing just because you're running like TeamSpeak or Ventrilo or Discord or something. Like some of them are just really fucked up. Like they're just way too ambitious. Yeah, so if you wouldn't mind digging and looking into it, and just let me know on Discord, because that I would be willing to spend $10, I think, to trying what looks like a good game, if your research deems it worthy. Obviously, feed me some of the details you find so I can make my own decision. But it looked at a glance, graphically speaking, and seeing that like what's available on there, it looks cool. But yeah, with the reviews of what you were saying is like there's pay to win. Obviously, as long as it's not pay to win power progression, right? Where is if you swipe your credit card, you will be a fucking raid boss in open world and no one can kill you, and there's open world PvP and you're basically just gonna get shit on by whales and there's nothing you can do about it. As long as it's not like that, as long as it's like pay for progression and, you know, leveling up faster and stuff like that, or quality of life, like sure, I don't give a fuck. As long as it doesn't interrupt like my enjoyment of the game, pay to win as much as you want. I don't care. But just it being like a hell of a grind for progression and crafting and gathering, I mean, sometimes it can be really rough, it can be really hard and a hard pill to swallow and maybe like done in a poor way, but most of the time I'm fine with it. So we'll see. But yeah, if you could find out any information and pass it my way, I'd appreciate that, because it does look sick. And it being $10 is in my price range of like acceptable for trying something that has promise. So I'm not saying to look into the anti-cheat, more or less if you can figure out what it's called, just so we can like Google the anti-cheat's name and see what people have to say about it, kind of determine how long has it been around, what other games have used it, kind of just determine its validity and safety level of like what other companies have used it, and you know, has there been backlash from these games and companies that have used it, and like kind of just get like a general backstory of the anti-cheat is really all I'm worried about. Because if it's a brand new, never heard of, never used before, that's a big red flag. If it's been used in certain games that have been known to like steal things or to use your data, or you know, maybe use your computer when you're not on it for like Bitcoin mining and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, because if it has kernel level access, there's no way you can really turn it off. It can just do whatever it wants. It has full access to your computer. And that's troublesome. So if you can't trust it, that's the problem. Exactly, like, but that's what I'm saying. Like the reviews are really mixed, and it's putting people off. And since the release isn't until like today slash tomorrow, we'll see if the numbers change. And if they don't, at the same time, even if the numbers are poor, I've played games that have like nobody playing them that have been like gems to me. They've been so fun and enjoyable to play, even without players. Like Caterham, for example. Caterham was actually a really fun, enjoyable game. The problem Caterham had for me was um, the gear progression and the boss grinds were just kind of dumb. There's certain points in the gear progression where you had to farm bosses, but the only way to farm the boss is to play it with range because you had to kite the boss because you couldn't face tank it. You couldn't do anything other than kite it with a bow or magic. So it just kind of made the game feel kind of bad to know that the only way you could progress was to cheese boss kills to get gear to progress. Like that's what put me off with Caterham, but it was a great game other than that. They had really cool like gathering professions like the mining and the tree chopping and the crafting. Super fun in that game. Yeah, super retro, you know, fucking didn't have a whole lot of like stuff going on for it. And they've put out a lot since I last played it. But at the end of the day, it's like it was hella lacking, but it was so fun. And it had like no following. And I didn't mind that. I thought, like I said, I still thought the game was super fun to play. Alright, so there's that. Alright, we need to figure out what to do with all of our other junk. Because wood-wise, we have everything dropped off. Alright, here's the charms. Okay, so this saves us like 20 pounds. Let's get rid of this stuff. Let's get rid of that stuff. Stone cutting I don't care about, but we can scrap all of this. And we can drop off. I mean, technically it doesn't have to be here. Windsward? What is this at? This says generic. Oh, this is all our food. We take out the charms though. Those can go in somewhere else. I don't really care all this much, honestly. More food can go in here. And we got. Let's read water. More food. Restless. More food. Jesus Christ. Alright, I think we'll just drop crafted mods because those need a place to go. We'll just drop them in here for now. I need to save space. Like that's the big problem. Like we have like 46 pounds worth of rewards. And most of it is junk that I'm never gonna touch, right? Like these things. Like these dynasty boxes. I mean I could probably open those, but like dyes I don't care about. I don't even know what the fuck this is. 2 pot of pink flowers. Like, who the fuck cares? These ashes of oils. Oceans. Like, these scrolls and stuff I need to just consume. And like these don't weigh anything. Alright, so I think that's what it is. Let's get rid of some of our scrolls and stuff. Alright, here. We got engineering. Keep on. Alright, music. Problem is, like, we don't have, like, big stacks of anything. Like, I don't want to, like, get, like, they don't really weigh anything. What is causing so much weight? Is it these? Oh, it's 4 pounds here. This is 15 pounds. These do add up. I mean, I guess let's just open these, I guess. No point in having them. Taking up weight. We'll open those. I want to get rid of that box. Do the gym box. Alright. Trying to get rid of some room here. Blast is into the room. Let's go. What up, G-Door? Sorry, I'll catch up on chat in just a second. Big. Sorry, it's taking me a hot minute. I'm just trying to make room, honestly. Like, I don't have a whole lot of, like, stuff, but it's like a lot of this shit, but I have like so much random weight. Yeah, whatever. All right, we need to do the chest run, and we need to do the myth run again. According to the red post. Wait a second. So Pearl Abyss uses it in BDO. However, below that, wait. So Pearl Abyss uses the same easy anti-cheat. So that's a negative thing. I don't. That doesn't make any sense. So my curious question is, if they switched up of easy anti-cheat and over to a new one, but BDO uses the same anti-cheat, and it says it uses easy anti-cheat, now I'm at a loss. I don't actually mind GDAR. I'm still trying to get my original goal completed of creating a max gear score bag. So maybe we'll actually be able to complete that before the game does. That's the goal. You know, 4 years later, I finally complete my goal that I set originally. That's the look. I know. Should be fun. I don't think it'll be too hard. I think the hardest part will be getting the trophies. I think I need the trophy to make the max gear score. I'm not 100%. Because that was always the problem before, is getting the trophy. Getting the highest tier legendary trophy was always the problem of why I could never make the max gear score. I'm just not a huge old school fan. Like, maybe I will at some point. I mean, I have an account, I have a character, I did some work on it, but I'm just not a huge old school fan. Like, I like the game in general. It's just something about old school's like quicksand gameplay feeling that just never really sat well with me. Even when I used to play it back in the day, it just felt so sluggish and slow. I could never stick with it for more than a couple weeks to a month or so at a time. Especially once I got into WoW. Like, WoW kind of just like solidified the fact that you know what I mean? Like, it just felt slow comparatively. But how'd you make it half of an idle game? I mean, don't get me wrong, like, that's how RS3 is. Idle, like, RS3 is like pure idle. Alright, my dog needs to go out again, I guess. And then we'll jump into this chest run. All right. So yeah, that's what makes me a little confused, Dig. All right, so looking at what you posted. So BDO switched to the same exact one. So it says a recent security update in Black Desert, which was from 2 years ago, from easy anti-cheat to this, is less than ideal, and here's why. All right, so I do agree with the questionable data gathering practices that could be going on, which I don't know if there's any proof of. And I will agree the false positive bans are a possibility, because if it's more strenuous and strict, then it might flag things that are not actually cheats and stuff like that. Oh, interesting. So I would say if that post is 2 years old and PA is still using that easy anti-cheat and they still have their normal player base, and I don't see any evidence that there's any problems with it, I would say it's probably a safe bet that's probably okay. Like I said, using BDO as like the staple of like, hey, this company uses it and it's a good company, aka it's a good game that people, you know, can trust. I'd say that's probably fine. I don't know for sure. Obviously, take that with a grain of salt, but at least my thoughts on it. Ah, really hurt. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's the nice thing about new RuneScape in general though, is since they have like a 15-minute timer, like timeout period, and all you have to do is like click a button to prevent it from like logging out. It allows for you to do like long AFK sessions on certain things that have long times, right? Certain mining sessions that, you know, you can just sit there and continuously mine for long periods of time, or chop for long periods of time. It allows for you to like do those while like watching TV or working or something like that, and like not really impact you all that much. It's kind of nice about it. Oh, it's 25 timer now. Woo, that's crazy. Remember when it was 5 minutes? Wasn't it? Didn't it used to be 3 minutes and then they upped it to 5 minutes? And then if you had like the Jagex account, it went to like 15 minutes or something. That's crazy. Yeah, before it used to be like 3 minutes originally. It was crazy how fast the timeout period was.
You had to like be actively playing 24/7, or you basically just got kicked out constantly. Yeah, that shit sucked, Gino. That shit was fucking wild. Like, you click on a node, and by the time your character, like, because he failed, like, with low mining, it would take you forever to actually mine the node if there was nobody else mining it. By the time you actually mined one of the nodes, you would be kicked out because, like, you're just waiting for it to fucking finish the mining action. You're not trying to, like, re-click on it to tick mine or anything. It was so annoying. God, I remember those old days. It was so rough. I was right-clicking the screen so much to prevent being logged out. I was trying to mine like a piece of rune or something sometimes. It was so obnoxious. Alright, and that's what I was saying, Dick. I didn't read the analysis of it, but like just the idea that that post is 2 years old, and if video is still using it, then either A, they have some questionable practices that they haven't been caught for, or B, it's fine. Right? Because if so many people have been playing BDO for the last 2 years and haven't reported any problems, and there hasn't been any issues, and no one's in trouble for anything, and XYZ and whatnot, like, I would say it's an acceptable product, probably. It's somewhat relatively safe. With the added caveat that that could always change at any moment, right? I mean, because if you think about it, like, Valorant has a kernel level access thing that they use as well. Right? They've been using that for a while now since they even came out with it. And people were worried about that, but I mean, it's been a thing, and people have been okay with it. You know, playing Valorant for so long, and how many people they have playing it. Like, so kernel level isn't particularly a bad thing. It just, do you trust the anti-cheat and company that is running it? That's really what it boils down to. Because what ends up happening is that company is data gathering. At the end of the day, that's what's going on, right? They use that to make sure nothing crazy is going on. Not, you know, you're trying to prevent as much cheating as possible, but they are gathering data from your PC at the same time. So if you're watching hentai while you're playing, you know, they're probably going to see it. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, that's basically what it boils down to. I can't tell. Alright, so that's a skinning luck. We can lock that. And then we got fishing gloves. So you know, just be careful what you're multi-doing while you're playing the game, you know? But as long as they're not, like, selling your data, selling your information, trying to impersonate you and steal your credit card information, you know, I mean, like, steal your identity and open up cards in your own name, and, you know what I mean? Like, as long as that, oh, that's not happening, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't truly matter, because so many other things are gathering just as much data, if not more. Like, your ISP is the scariest. They see literally everything you do. They track and trace every fucking keystroke that you do across the whole fucking computer and the internet in general. So it's just like, if you trust your ISP, I mean, just saying, like, they're even more scary with what they can do. Yeah, I mean, our old school and RS3 have added a lot of content in the last like 5 years. Even the last like 2 years, I feel like. They've been revamping the shit out of the games. Bro, that's what I'm saying. When Valorant decided to use the kernel level anti-cheat that they had, there was a massive uproar about it. People were pissed. The only problem I have with the Valorant anti-cheat is you can't turn it off and then turn it back on without restarting your computer. That is my only gripe about it. At least that's how it used to be. Like, if you turned it off, like if you were playing Val, you turned your computer on, you launched Val, you played it, you turned it off, and then you turned off the anti-cheat so it just wasn't running 24/7, and then you wanted to play Val later, you couldn't. You had to reboot your computer for the anti-cheat to turn back on reboot, because it only started up during the boot sequence of your computer, and they wouldn't allow it to turn on any other way. That was the only problem I had with the anti-cheat. Gotta kill mobs 25 times. 25 mil drop, let's go! That would be huge. A good drop. Wait, what are you killing to get a 25 mil drop? Ah, got you. You going for the crossbow? Or whatever it is that they drop? I can't remember what it is what they drop, but isn't it like a crossbow or some sort of ranged weapon or something? Oh, it's a spectral shield. Okay. I thought that was the at least in RS3, the wavering crossbow or something that they drop. Is worth good money, I think. Yeah, like I said, I only played Val because I had a few friends that or at least online, they also streamed and I met them playing other games. They were into like Val for a while, and they would play and they would invite me and I'd go and join and hang out with them for a little bit. It's the only reason I ever played Val at all. It was okay. It wasn't really my cup of tea. Like, it was an FPS game, but like abilities in an FPS game just always threw me off. Wasn't a huge fan of it. The Wavering Visage. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Oh, I never remember about that kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, did they drop that in RS3? Because like I said, I'm not much of an old school player, so there's different things that they drop in old school than they do in RS3. I said, let me look. I'm kind of curious now. RS3 Skelly Wave Friend? I can't spell. These things. Right? Skeletal Waverings. Right? So an RS3. Yeah, this is what you're looking for. Yeah, this thing. Um, thought they dropped like a ranged weapon. Oh, I guess not. I thought they did. I know the Wavering Bones were worth good money for RS3 because they drop it every time, and they're like they used to be more money, but this used to be a really good money maker because you use these for potions. Yeah, look how much they used to be. Hey, look at that. How long ago was that? So back in 2023, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, they were up to like 27,000. They were so expensive. And then they just plummeted after that. Oh man. Alright, so I feel like pushing from the front is actually safer than pushing from the back. Every time I push from the back, I get like overwhelmed with all the mobs too fast. Like I end up fighting more mobs going to the front. But I feel like I don't get overwhelmed with the mobs as easily. And maybe it's because I can kill this guy before like the other guys get to me. Because normally I hit one of these guys and then I'm like fighting both of these, but they're running at me sideways. And then I have the mage guy that spawns. And then he spawns more mobs. And I just hit a guy all the way to the other side with a penetrating shot. That's crazy. So yeah, I end up having to fight the two main guys with the 3 ads and the skeletal guy all at the same time. And it just gets a little much pretty quick. Did I get another pair? Skinny boots? Interesting. Getting some skinning gear at least. Not actual skinner's boots or anything, but at least skinning luck to get me started. Oh man. What the climb, bitch? Oh, guys here again today. He's just farming the mandible, man. I don't know if he's just trying to get his statue or his trophy out of the way, or if he's actually farming it to sell. Oh, that's annoying. This guy needs to turn around. Thank you. Oh my god, he sniped me? I didn't want to shoot the guy, but like he was already losing HP. I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll tag him. I get a bag, I get a bag. That was like my thought process there. I didn't think he was gonna actually come and fight me. So annoying, man. Running to so... I just need leech on this fucking set. That's all I need. And I don't need to use potions anymore if I just get that. Of course, this guy's about to show up. And of course, the guy from up there pulls. Ugh. And the guy down there pulls. Okay. Kill everybody yet? Jesus Christ. Okay, I missed 2 of the 3 shots. That's ridiculous. Why are you disappointed? Oh, because they're dangerous mobs, bring lots of food, and you're not having any problems. Yeah, it's funny. In RS3, once you get to a certain like gear stat, like gear threshold, they are typically hard to fight because you have to worry about like keeping your frozen level at a certain threshold and stuff and killing them, and they do decent amount of damage. But once you get to a good gear set, like they're kind of like negligible at best, and you just sit down there and free farm them. Same thing with like frost dragons and stuff. Yeah, if you can kill them fast enough, like it just null and voids a lot of the mechanics in certain fights. Like there's some fights where yeah, the mobs like they have like a certain mechanic that they'll do X, Y, and Z. But if you have enough DPS and you can actually like burst them, it bypasses that entire aspect. in some fights. Kind of crazy. It's a great place to farm cows, though. Like, if you actually need the cow achievement, this is a great place to farm cows. How did that shot go through you? So annoying, man. Yeah, they're really easy to kill. I do know there's certain items in the game that have a higher drop chance while on task. So sometimes it is worth um like getting tasks to farm the item you want versus just free farming it. Like in RS3 there's a pair of Cinderbanes and a couple of other items that on task it's like 1 in 1,000 chance, but off task it's like 1 in like 8,000 chance. So it's like it's worth just doing Slayer and getting the task to fight them over and over again than it is to just try and sit there and AFK farm them without a task. We'll just take a potion. Wait on my triple shot to come back. Yeah, max melee, yeah. Do you have like a high tier weapon too though? Like, cause that's the big difference I feel like. If you have a really high tier weapon, um, being max melee plus having the high tier weapon is really what makes or breaks the difference, in my opinion. Because what ends up happening is, um, obviously max stats, right? You get more damage and more accuracy for the higher stats, but then you also have the higher tier weapon that gives you even more damage and more accuracy on top of your stats. So it just kind of puts you over 100% hit chance, and it gives you like the ability to hit them hard and like even harder because the weapon's hitting harder, you're hitting harder, and you have guaranteed hit success basically, and it makes them kind of negligible at best. 23 mil weapon. What weapon are you using? Take a break from computer for a while. Be back in about 30 minutes or something. Sounds good. Sounds good. Go get some stretching, some water, some snacky snacks, maybe a good old fap session, you know, a little hentai. You know, come on back fresh. You'll be good. Oh, I haven't heard of the Fang before. That's interesting. Oh, it's a raid weapon. I've heard of the scythe. I think there's like a rapier or something that's really strong. There's a couple of weapons I've heard of that are like unique to old school RuneScape that are pretty cool. But the scythe is pretty sick. Just graphically speaking, it looked cool. I can't remember the name. When I get to the town, because I only have a few more chests, I'll pull up the weapon list in old school. There's a specific item that I was looking at trying to farm or to get to. It was like the third strongest weapon in the game or something like that. I can't remember what it was. But I think it was like farmable. I know everything is technically farmable. I just meant like easy. Like the thing you had to kill wasn't like a raid boss or group oriented or anything nuts. Okay. For some apparent reason, I cannot shoot this fucking mob. Like what the fuck? I missed 6 shots on his ass. Just couldn't fucking hit him. So irritating, dude. Didn't one shot him to begin with, and I just couldn't land another shot on him. Crazy. It was a melee weapon. It was a one-handed melee weapon, I'm 99% sure. It was like a sword or a rapier or something. Something I haven't seen in RS3 before. It was unique to old school. I almost want to say it was like a sunset rapier, but I'm not 100% because I might be thinking Melvor. Because I know Melvor has like a rapier that's really good. Like that name I might be pulling from like Melvor memory, but like I said, I think there's an old school weapon that's pretty high tier, or at least it was a couple years ago. There's a ton of weapons. Yeah. You have to go to like the weapon tier list and sort by what is it like? I think it's like tier or damage or something like that. And then like you kind of see like the top tier weapons. And then normally when you click on one of the top tier weapons, it'll tell you in the description usually says this is considered the highest or the number one best damage weapon in the game. Or it usually says that in the wiki. When you hover, like when you click on one of like the top tier weapons, it'll be like this is the second best weapon in the game. This is the third best weapon in the game. But obviously, when you get below like the third one, it doesn't tell you that anymore. I think it's below the fifth one actually. But like once you get so far down the list, it stops telling you if it's the best or not, or the top X. And that doesn't sound familiar either. Oh, like I said, I'll pull it up in just a second. This is the last chest. I'm just gonna run back to base really quick, and then we'll I'll pull it up. I'll probably once I see it, I'll probably know. It's just one of those things I have to see it, either the name or the image. One of them will prompt it to me most of the time, but we'll see in a second here.
Kind of annoyed that I clicked on the wrong thing for the VODs channel. All right, let's look. OSRS top melee weapon. All right, it's something like this, right? Let me scroll to the bottom. So there was this scythe. I remember this. I think it was this. Or it was this. I think it was one of these two. I want to say it was a rapier. Because, like I said, rapier sounds about right. But it could have been the blade. The blade seems about right too. Because I remember this image. Because like I looked at some of the better weapons, and this one just seems to be the easiest. It's like it's tied for the strongest one-handed melee weapon with the Gazier rapier and the mace. So I think this was probably the one I was looking at. Yeah, I think I was looking at doing this one, but I saw what it required, and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah. And that's when I saw the rapier, I think, and I was like, oh, maybe the rapier would be easier. But it's like a different attack style, like, right? It's more of like a stab weapon instead of a slash weapon. And that's why I think I was looking at the blade, because I like slash weapons a little bit more. But these weren't in the game. These weren't in the game, and this wasn't in the game. It was just the scythe, and I think it was these two. I don't know if the mace was in the game yet. But yeah, it was up in here. Interesting. The Fang? Which one's that? Oh, this? Interesting. I mean, it's got great stab bonus and like really huge strength bonus. Like that's pretty insane. So is it a sword that acts like a rapier? Because it's mostly about stab. It looks like a sword. And it's got special effects, which is kind of cool. I just love the way the scythe looks. Is this axe any good? Axe looks pretty sick too. But the scythe is dope. Like I just love the way the scythe looks. It's insane. The scythe is hands down my favorite looking weapon of all time. I'd love to get one of these, but there ain't no fucking way. Isn't this an untradeable raid drop or something like that? Because it doesn't say you can exchange it. Oh, you got to do the uncharged. Okay. So wait, it's act? Oh, it's 1.5 billion. Yeah. Woo! Yeah, you got to buy the uncharged and then you got to charge it, it looks like. So you got to use blood runes and stuff. 1 vial of blood and a set of 200 blood runes. And then you can upgrade it from there? Yo, that's actually insane. That's insane. Oh, if you upgrade it, does it need to be charged? I think it removes the requirement of charging it. Because that's what at least some games do. Or some of the items were. And my question is, does it still need to be charged? If you upgrade it. Does it? It's like in here, it tells you how the charging and degradation works in here. But you know what? Normally they keep it in here. Because like I said, in RS3, when you upgrade something with like a dye or some sort of like augmentation, it usually takes away the degradation. Because it does have uncharged and charged, right? I'm just curious. I mean, obviously it does degrade because it has an uncharged status, but it usually has it in the wiki that tells you one way or the other. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Like, that is an item I would love to get. And once again, that would be something that we would have to actually party up to do. I wonder how many people you need to do that. Can you duo that if you have like somewhat mediocre gear? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of like clicking and APMs and mechanics you have to deal with, like sidestep attack, sidestep attack, sidestep attack, attack, sidestep, sidestep. Ugh. Yeah, I was wondering, do you think it's possible? Because I could have swore I've seen people solo it, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't pay that much attention to it. Oh yeah, I need to equip that. Then put on that. All right. Four to 5 man. Yeah, I mean, starting out learning the mechanics, you need more people. Getting gear, obviously, you need more people. Like I can understand that. I was just kind of curious if it's something that you could like learn as a duo and just do, right, over time. It's not bad. I think the only way I could ever get into an old school playthrough, if I'm being completely honest, is if I had a solid group to boss with, where we could trust each other to not scamaz each other, and we share profits for whatever drops. Because the problem is, like, if you go into a boss room and only like only one person gets the drop, and you have to trust that your teammates will share the profits, like that's the big problem I have with grouping. I know in RS3 they have group loot sections, so if something was to drop, it drops it in shard form, and everybody gets an equal share of the shards. And that way you can sell the shards to the marketplace and everybody makes the same profit. So there's no like scamazing. But if you don't do that, it's usually whoever does the most damage gets the drop, and you have to trust that that person's going to be willing to share whatever they get. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the hardest part. Like, I would trust you, Jador, until you gave me a reason not to trust you, obviously, right? It's just hard because I can't see what drops, right? So if something dropped on your side, you could be like, oh yeah, it was just seeds, but yet it could have been a really expensive item. I just have to trust that what you say is what it is.
You got 2 people at the moment? That's not too bad. Yeah, all we got is a grimy sea or a grimy herb, and it's like a fucking 1 bill item, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Keep it. Oh, it tells you if there's a big drop? Okay, that's at least something. But like sometimes big drops don't get noticed or don't get announced. They're like, they might only be worth like a couple mil. But I mean, yeah, a couple mil is not a lot of money. But if you're at a boss fight and you're farming and like a 1 mil item drops, and then of the 10 drops, one of them is a 1 mil drop, and the rest of them are like 10k drops. It's like you can just hold the 1 mil item, you know, and split the other ones with everybody else and just come on people. Like that's the problem, you know. Like I said, once again, it boils down to just trusting people. Oh, is it? Okay, that's not too bad. I know there's a way to like, at least in RS, there's a way to, I think, customize it. Like, make it less if you really wanted to, I think. I don't think you can make it more, but I think you can make it less. But I'm not 100%. That's pretty cool. Where's a good leather area? What leather are we talking? Sorry. Are we talking like basic leather? Are we talking tier 2 leather? Tier 3, tier 4, tier 5? Which one are we looking for? Rawhide. So there's 2 places. I would say neither one of them are amazing. I don't know the best place, but neither one of them are amazing. So one is the one I do in Everfall. If you come right here, you kill like 2 deer here, cat, a deer. Sorry, so you kill like 2 deer or 3 deer, a cat, a deer, and another cat. And then there's like 2 or 3 more cats right here. And then you come over here and there's a bunch of deer right here on your way back to town. I think there's like 2 deer here, 1 deer here, 1 deer here, and then you got a deer, a deer, a deer, and like something like that. You end up with, when you bring all that back, you can usually turn that into roughly 120 leather. So it's like 400 and something rawhide or something. That's one place. This is where I do it. And by the time you come back to base and convert it into leather, and you go back out, they're already all respawned. So it's an endless loop. So that's one place. The second place you can go, it's a lot bigger and you can stay out for longer, but it's down here in the Windsward. So you come down here, and long story short is you just run along this side, up down here, do a little loop-de-loop, come south, and you just loop-de-loop over and over and over again. You get bison and you get deer. Deer are along over here. Bison are throughout this whole thing. So those are the only 2 decent places I know of. The main thing you're trying to avoid is cats or wolves. Anything small like a wolf, you're avoiding. For some apparent reason, the cats right along these cats specifically, they drop more than buffalo and deer. They drop 40 to 50 every time you kill one. Deer drop 30 to 40. Buffalo drops roughly around 40. So the cats are insane. The cats are actually insane. Wait, why am I farming iron? Let's go back to base real quick. I need star metal. And I need the refining agents. So we're just gonna go back to base. We're gonna refine all the iron down into steel, and then we're gonna go farm some star metal. And we're probably gonna need more refining agents at that point. So those are the 2 best places. Yeah, because the bears got changed to tier 2. So once you farm enough rawhide, then you go to the bear cave to farm your tier 2. And then from there, you got to go to the next place, which I think is Buffalo in Morningdale. So you spawn here, and you run over here, you kill the buffalo through here, the buffalo through here, and you just basically just kill the buffalo in this section.
They have a kind of a longer spawn timer, but then there's some deers up along this path. Just don't kill the wolves because they just give you nothing. But you got deer and buffalo through here for tier 3. And then tier 4s, I would say. I don't know. Actually, I think that's it. So then you get, that's actually, so rawhide is the lowest, and then it's the bears is second, and these are the third. And then the last ones you hit are 60s. Which typically is like Eden Grove and Brimstone. I just don't know of a good place to farm that one anymore. Maybe you could do Elysium Wilds, but that might actually be the high tier stuff. Yeah, I don't know who's next. Maybe it's Thin Scale? I don't know where to farm that one. The Ironhides? It was the blue. Whatever the blue one was. These. Shadow Fur. Shadow Fur drops off armadillos. But Ironhide, I don't remember the best place to farm Ironhides. I want to say it was like pigs and stuff, but I don't know of a good area to farm them in. Oh, Reekwater. Reekwater. I just remembered. So in Reekwater, on the north part here, there's a bunch of buffalo. Like right around here. You can come up here, you can kill a bunch of buffalo on this hill. This is where I farm Ironhide. Scarhide. Scarhide. What's this? Wait, why do you need T1 or Scarhide? Scarhide's such a high level. Why would you need that? Are we talking RageHide? Because RageHide is what you would be getting from tier 1. What you would be getting for raw. Oh, to make the higher. Got you. So this, I think I farmed this from Morningdale. I think I farmed the purples. Killing stuff over here. So killing boars and alligators and things like that over in this section. I like how this is recommended level 1. What the hell? Level 1. The hell? Yeah, but I think I got a bunch of that purple stuff over here, Edge. And I think you can kill like the cats and stuff down here as well. So I think pretty much anything in Morningdale, I think you can farm for the purple hides. I think that's funny. I don't think that's supposed to be level 1. Like, wait, what? That's kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting to see that. Yeah, guys, a level 45 zone. We need level 1 to do that. That's crazy. Alright, well, that goes all the refining agents for that. We still have so much fucking iron. What the hell? Alright, we have so much iron. So we got 2,000 iron to convert into steel, which is roughly not 1,000. Another like 600. So we got like, let's say we got over 1,000 steel. So we need like 6,000 star metal. Convert it all. Okay. So let's just go get a star metal run really quick. And then we'll go do another myth run into a chest run. Do you know what time it is, right? It's game time.
What time is it? Oh man. Have you started your other character, or are you gonna convert your character, Edge? Or are you gonna do that this weekend? Weekend? Alright, sounds good. Yeah, I leveled up a little bit more yesterday. I'm starting to run into a brick wall where I'm starting to struggle bus. I probably need to put on Purity of Elements and probably Purity of Fire to be able to push to the end of the campaign. 250k gold. It's easier just to make another character. I'm not even exaggerating, Edge. This weekend, just put on downscaling. I will run through the campaign. I will level you up, kill everything, and it'll just be fucking a lot easier than farming 250k gold. It's crazy. The amount of time it'll take you to farm 250k gold, you could literally just level another character. That's wild. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck that nonsense, man. Kind of annoying that to play another character, but at the same time, like, fuck it. And then I haven't ascended on my character either, so we can just ascend together as well this weekend once we level you up. Oh man. It's just funny because ascending on my RF right now, just it does nothing for me. Because I can pick up Shavs, but Shavs literally does nothing for my build. And then if I ascend 2 more times, I basically pick up Obliteration Wand, which would be nice. But at that point, I can just literally be wearing Obliteration Wand. Granted, it's bad for my damage, but good for my clear. So, I mean, the third ascension would be nice instead of wearing the Obliteration Wand. And then the fourth ascendancy is really what gives me something. Because it gives me adrenaline on kill, which is great for mapping, bad for bossing. Unless the boss has ads, then it's pretty good, but I just think I'd rather have the approach boots that, yeah, I take more damage per second because it's burning me as well, top of RF, but I get guaranteed adrenaline. So I could drop the fourth ascendancy for something else. I just don't know what else I would put on, honestly. Because none of the other fourth ascendancies really are great. They're okay. I don't know. I have to tinker with it a bit. Alright, so we're gonna hit this place. We're gonna hit the other star metal place. And then we're gonna go do the mithril chest run.
Rinse and repeat. Because we need a ton of star metal. We need like 6,000 star metal. And this is going to give us, what, almost 700? Yeah, because the problem with the fourth ascendancy is you either get like chaos damage over time, heals you instead, which is probably what I would end up doing. So poison and caustic ground wouldn't be really a problem. I mean, the chaos hits would be a problem, but any of like the poison or the caustic ground would be actually a good thing for me. I might switch to that. The other option is I think chaos damage can now apply like ignite, shock, and freeze. So the obliteration one explosions could give me some sort of elementals like that. I would not be immune to chaos. No, I am not immune to chaos damage in the build. But the build is it's blood magic with Jabs doesn't make you immune. Jabs just means chaos doesn't bypass the energy shield. So I'm still taking chaos damage. It just doesn't touch my life. It only touches my ES. Yeah, it's how you prevent yourself from dying to chaos when you're running low life. So you run shavs, so chaos damage doesn't bypass energy shield, and then wearing the ivory tower. So since you are blood magic and you're consuming all of your life, like 99% of your life is being reserved, you get a ton of ES from that. So you end up with like a 30k ES pull. And then, everything just gets taken from your energy shield instead of your life. So you don't have to worry about that happening. And you have no mana, right? So all of your casts come from your HP, and then you run the Eternal Youth, so you actually have health regen to be able to cast your abilities. You have to have enough unreserved mana to be able to cast your abilities. On top of all of that. So I'm thinking instead of adrenaline, you pick up cast damage over time, heals you instead of hurts you. Because the other options aren't very good. Except for possibly, like I said, chaos damage can cause shock, ignite, and freeze. That's a possibility. That way, like when you get the pops, if it was to apply an ignite, it would do more damage over time, hopefully causing like some sort of cascade. But if it shocked them, that'd be huge because it increased your damage output. If it froze them, it'd give you survivability, so you'd be able to have all that. But the other three are just kind of negligible at best. It's like one of them says cursed mobs can't apply elemental ailments to you, so they can't ignite you, freeze you, or shock you. But you have to apply a curse to them before that works. So if they hit you before you can apply a curse, then they can still freeze you. They can still shock you. They can still ignite you before you already done it. So that one's kind of meh. And then the other two are just kind of really bad. So I'm leaning towards the poison and stuff can heal me. Because then I'm basically poison immune, which is really nice. Even with 75 chaos res, like the 75 chaos res just makes it so where the cat hits don't kill me. But then the damage over time effects heal me. So basically like being immune to chaos, but not. A new bag. Oh, that's what I want to do so bad, Edge. I still have the green bag from the quest, and then the two purple bags from the quest. And the purple bags give me like 300 weight each, like 310, and then like 380, and then the green bag gives me like 100 weight. So it's like my weight cap is fucked. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to make a like 600 gear score purple bag or something to replace the green bag. But I kind of putting that on hold until I get my refining skills done. I want to get 250 refining skills so I can make my prismatic gear, or my prismatic materials. I feel like without the prismatic materials, I'm just like kind of fucked. Because if I wait too long to make those, then I have to wait even more time crafting those per day. So the sooner I get those unlocked, the more I can like kind of hit those periodically throughout the week to stockpile the resources to craft bigger, better crafts when I do get to crafting. Because I'll have a stockpile of stuff. Alright, and then we're gonna go do the mithril. Do you need a mithril tool, Edge? Or are you good on mithril tools? Can't remember if you bought some or crafted them yourself. Bought them? Okay. $6.25. That's not too bad. I think I made 6.25s the other day. Either 6.25s or 6.20s. I only made 2 though. I made 600. Sorry, I made 600 gear score, pick, and hatchet. And this one rolled death motes, and this one rolled life motes. So they weren't great because they didn't get yield and efficiency and motes on both of them. But it's fine.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, man, thanks for the hydrate, man.
Right now.
Well, let me tell you, the moat edge from the pickaxe and the axe and the hatchet, fucking god tier. I need to get more of those. So much more of those. Because there's certain moats that you don't need a lot of, but there's certain moats you need a ton of. Like, I think life moats is a really high tier one. And I want to say water is easy to farm, so you probably don't need water moats. But I would say probably maybe air isn't bad. Death might not be too bad. I don't know what other ones. But there's a few of them that are maybe earth as well. Fire. Earth and fire are 2 pretty good ones. But water is just so easy to farm. You just run along the river and you get so much water motes. Kind of actually crazy. Isn't there a way, Edge, to allocate more than 1 point at a time, even though I'm holding it down? Like, didn't there used to be like a shift click to like allocate more points per click or something? Or am I just an idiot? Yeah, Edge, my presets don't work all the time. Like, take a look. Right? So, this bottom preset, it has 5 strength, 5 dex, 5 int, 5 focus, 5 con. So does my mining one. Every time I equip my mining one, it works. It resets everything. But every time I equip this luck set, whatever I had preset before that stays. So if I was in my mining set and I put all my points into strength, right, so I can do mining, when I switch to my luck set, I still have 500 strength. I don't know why.
Like, for example, right now, I put my attributes in. 500 dex, 20 con, right? I click on this preset. It equips my puts my weapon back. It puts my preset on. And my attributes are still 500 dex, 20 con. It should have reset this to 55555, but it doesn't. Don't know what's wrong with the third preset, but it doesn't change my stats to what it's supposed to be, which is 55555. Weird, right? It's only my third preset that doesn't seem to do it. I don't know if it's just mine's bugged out or if it's actually the third preset that's bugged out for people. Why are we zigzagging, dude? So irritating. Enos, bitch. Enos. Oh my god. You missed. Time to attack. Fuck, dude. So stupid. So annoying when that happens. Kind of like getting used to the whole, oh, they get staggered when they get shot, so I've been aiming down towards like their hips to make sure I hit them on my rapid fire. But sometimes they just start wiggle woggling, man, for no reason. I wouldn't doubt it. Fucking right. It's bad. Like you see some of this like shit that just happens to me for no reason. It's like why? Why is the aggro range so cucked on some mobs? Like it just doesn't make sense. Like why is it that some of the presets things just don't work? Or sometimes like your attacks just don't attack. Or you watch my bullet just fly through a mob. Like there's so many little things that you just see happen. You're like, why? Why is that even a thing? Who the fuck's coding this shit? No one anymore, but crazy. Alright, sounds good, G-Door. That's all I was doing. Ugh. You know, G-Door, at some point, I don't know when, I'll probably play it offline for a while. But I might level up my old school RuneScape at some point. And maybe every once in a while we can like go do some bossing here and there. Whenever you're like available and I'm around, you know, kind of thing. But I'd have to gear up a little bit and level up my combat, because I think I'm only like 50 combat, 60 combat across the board. I'm nothing really high level, because most of my stuff I've been spending time into is wood chopping to get my construction level up so I can get my ornate jewelry box. That's been my goal for like the longest time. Like when I actually got into it, that was my goal. My end game goal was to get the ornate jewelry box, just so I could travel around the map without having to fucking you know, use a bunch of teleporting tabs or a bunch of runes and stuff like that. I can literally just go to my house, like with a house tele or a fucking house tab or something, and then just go to wherever I want. I didn't need like a bunch of necklaces or a bunch of other like teleporting items and stuff. It was easier. That's what I was working towards. Buy me a bond. I don't need a bond. I'm a member. I don't need a bond. Yeah, I heard the gemstone crab is nuts for combat. That's probably what I'll end up doing. That's what I was saying. So while I'm working, I'll probably just do gemstone crab to level up my combat. That's what I was saying. Like, so I'll do it off stream, but that's probably what I'll end up doing for a hot minute, just so I can get my combat going. But yeah, like I said, I'm already a member. I have a membership for RS3, right? So it's like, it's not a big deal. I just don't play old school because it's just so slow, and I have so many other games that I play that I just don't have the actual time in my day to put towards something that's so slow. That's it. It sounds good. See you, Gdor. Appreciate you. Sleep well. Talk to you later. Hit me up in the Discord if you ever want to chat about something. Bye. But yeah, mate, I put a huge dent into the progression on idle skilling. If you want me to show it to you at the end of the stream here, I can pull it up and give you a little looky look. We're in Oblivion right now. We're slowly pushing through Oblivion mobs one after the other. Obviously, I don't think I have enough damage to do the TE26. I'd have to look up their HP to kind of guesstimate. But long story short is our afterlife is kind of just on autopilot. I just check it every once in a while. I click a couple upgrades, you know, nothing big deal. Our spelunking slash construction is making pretty good headway. We're getting a lot of like upgrades towards damage and a lot of other miscellaneous upgrades. That's kind of ramping up right now. Not on autopilot yet, but it's ramping up. Our lab is on autopilot. We just check it once a day. We upgrade a bunch of things, and we, you know, are progressing that slowly. Trekking and breeding are starting to ramp up, and then I've kind of just let Rift just do its own thing. I don't really give a shit about Rift. The flowers and the potions have hit a hell of spike because I just put a huge increase to that. But I'm at a plateau waiting on new plant unlocks, basically. And then once those plants get unlocked, we'll hit another milestone of potions. But our potion up gain just went through the roof. The thing that we need to do now is we probably need to do another... because I still haven't done rebirths and ascension spams yet. To spawn or to spam a bunch of like ascension points for ascension levels, or bunch of rebirths for rebirth points for a bunch of levels, because that's, I think, the next thing that's holding us back, because I don't have any level ups in rebirth or ascensions or progression. That's where a lot of like exp gains come from, a lot of like damage points come from, those things that I haven't put in, that I haven't done yet. But if I could avoid doing it and still get to TE26, I would definitely do it. But like I said, I'll pull it up and I'll show you. Like I said, we made pretty huge progression. We also hit a huge milestone with our crusade. We went from level like 72 to like 105 overnight, because I got a EXP increase and I pushed one of the mobs pretty far, and it just jacked our level up. So that means we're going to be able to get a lot of materials. We'll hopefully be able to craft gear for the character to wear to juice out his damage even further. And if we can do that and then level it up with enhancements, that might be more than what we need to hit the next milestone. And then once we have pretty decent damage going to that, then we can start hitting Asylum in the raid to give us even more juice. And then once we're at that point, I think we're just kind of AFK cruising to T26, and then you're done. It sounds like a lot of talking. It's a lot of moving parts, but a few things to take away is
Maybe doing some ascension spams to get a bunch of points, and then maybe after the ascension spams are done, then we do a couple of rebirth spams, and then once that's done, it's mostly just about kind of just chilling and just waiting out the rest of it. $13 gauntlet. Hell yeah, let's go. So if you want, after we do this chest run and mithril grab, we can basically have to make it another 15 minutes basically. So finishing this, doing the mithril, maybe we'll do a star metal run as well. Then we'll do our daily crafts for our bars, and then I can pull up the other game. All right, sounds good. What I was trying to do for the ascensions, instead of actually ascension spamming, was trying to get ascension coupons. So I don't have to actually ascend, but I can get the ascension points. Because what that'll allow me to do is, instead of having to ascend and then regather all my points and spend all the time like gathering all the materials and all the other stuff to actually be able to ascend a second time, right? If I use the coupon, I can just do it 2 or 3 times in a row and just boom, I got a bunch of ascension points without trying. That's what I was shooting for. Just trying to grow it as high as we can and then take advantage of the coupons all at one time. And I think the only way to get the coupons, I have to look it up again. I think it's from the raids, which I've been saving coupons for, or I've been saving tickets for. Dentists do be expensive. What is water floss? Never heard of that. Interesting.
It sounds like a really cool device, because like I just hate flossing. It's so just irritating. Not that it's hard or time consuming, it's just irritating. I'm just like sitting there, like, all right, gotta go brush my teeth, so gotta sit here and floss for 5 minutes. You know, not 5 minutes, but like 2 minutes. Then I gotta like, you know, throw away the floss, and then I gotta like, you know, brush my teeth after. It's like, if I can just like flop like a mouth guard in my, you know what I mean, in my mouth, just bite down on it, let it do its thing. That'd be so much easier. But I feel like that's probably not as efficient as truly flossing, is it? Oh my god! How did he quad shot me? What is that? What was that? That's wild. Alright. That's wild. Alright, well, that's the end of that chest run. What the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm just saying, like, I feel like pressurized water blowing like between your teeth or whatever, or however it works, doesn't seem as efficient as, say, a piece of floss being pressured against it, scraping kind of motion, right? I feel like it's not as efficient at getting stuff off of your teeth. I mean, it might be. I have no idea. I'm not a dentist, so. Totally possible. Alright, and then let us put away that, 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 um, this, this, then let's go hit some myth really quick. Yeah, we'll do the myth, we'll do the star metal, and then we'll come back, drop everything off. Refining agents are being a problem. Yeah, I don't know, it just seems like water isn't as much of a cleaning agent for plaque buildup or stuck on stuff as a scraper is, you know? That's just like all I'm saying, right? Not saying it's not good. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm saying from a non-dentist person knowledgeable in that the ways of things, I feel like it just isn't quite as effective. It's like when you have a pan, right? You cook some dinner and you use a spray nozzle to spray off the pan. Some of the more baked on parts and bits on the pan don't come off with the spray nozzle, even at like high pressure and really close for long term, like long periods of time. They had to be scraped off, right? So that's why I was saying, like, from my perspective in that analogy, the floss is the scraper and the water is the water. I just feel like in some situations, I feel like the water does 90% of the work, 99% of the work, but there are situations where the floss, like the traditional floss, is better for some of the more harder baked on materials. Hey, we actually got a void ore. That's actually cool. I can make one piece of void probably soon. It's a good one-time craft. Pretty cool. All right, so we got this. Question is, do we take the effort? I don't think we take the effort to do the star metal. I kind of. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll do the star metal because we still have 7 minutes. And then we'll come back to the myth and just like log out here so we can grab it when we come back in after we do the daily craft. That's what we'll do. Make it easier. All right. So let us hit this. Oh. It's like even with different pressure indicators or whatever, like higher levels of pressure, it's still like unless you have enough pressure to knock your damn tooth out of your head, I still feel like just regular flossing in most situations will do that last 1% that the water can't do. But, I'll see when you get back. Gonna win? Win strength? Okay. No, we're about to hit another prestige. Actually pretty good. There's the prestige box. Go. They want to open it, see if we can get a pattern. Your damn pattern! Bro, it's actually crazy! 44 boxes and I've gotten one pattern. Yeah, how? How unlucky do I have to get? That's crazy, bro! That's actually crazy! Like, what the actual fuck, bro? I'm getting so upset about this. I hate the animation delay between being able to roll after your charge. Like, at least, Burnout doesn't have as long of an animation at the end. So you can just go, like, Burnout right into a roll. Like, it's got that wind up at the beginning, so it, like, makes up for it. It's got the wind up at the beginning to do it, and then you get the thing into a roll. So kind of like almost the same thing. Because the charge is, like, instant charge with an animation at the end. Like, you either have it at the beginning or the end, it seems like. Kind of annoying.
Alright, that one's taken care of. We'll do the other run. Actually, we can probably just go and do a reset. It's basically took us 7 minutes to do that run, so that's fine with me. Go and do daily craft. Craft this stuff off. Because I don't have to get all 6,000 today. I can get a bunch tomorrow. It's not a big deal. Or not tomorrow, but on Monday. Before the reset. I'm just trying to help my way to getting in instead of doing our woodworking today, which we really need to. Like, I spend so much time just doing my daily mining fucking stuff. So frustrating. I spend so much time just doing my daily these crafts. Oh, and I forgot. I have no flux to even do it. Bitch. Well, you know what? We can, fuck it. YOLO. Where's the converter? We're gonna convert something. I'm just gonna do it all. Fuck it. All 76. Boom. I don't really use the pure solvent right now, so I don't really care. Alright, there we go. Fuck it. Alright, did this just reset? Just reset. Okay. So we can do our 9 crafts. Need charcoal? Welcome back. Oh, alright. So, hopefully this is enough to get our daily craft done. We'll have to put more working on Monday, obviously. Just to get our Monday craft done into our Tuesday craft, and then
Tuesday, hopefully we can prep for the Wednesday craft and the Friday craft. Like, it's just, we spend so much time every single day doing our farming just for our mining or our smelting fucking dailies. I don't have any time to work on woodworking. I literally have no time to work on woodwork. It's ridiculous on how much time I spend doing smelting. Well, there's the logging proficiency. That's pretty good. I like how this guy wrote at the bottom down here in the chat. He literally wrote mines, cutlass, trib, imp, ada, imp. Put imp twice. Then he told brimstone. But like, it's 5 a.m. It's like, I know. I just thought it was funny. Okay. So we'll do this. Only do 36. Oh, because of the Ori. Alright. Alright. We'll do. We need the. Yeah, we need this. Turn. This. Do 100 crafts. Extra. Do our 10 crafts. Alright, so we got our daily done. So we'll continue that, and then we can finish this up, which is the rest of our smelted, or our rest of our charcoal. Still have so much iron to go through, bro. Ridiculous. Alright. What we'll do here is we'll go and do our mithril grind one more time, and then we'll switch games. Pretty happy about the progress on that we made. Like, at some point we'll stop focusing so hard on our daily crafts of our smelting, and we'll put effort into the other ones. I just feel like the smelting one is needed for everything. Like, the tools themselves, it's like 15, 15, and 10 and 10. So it's like 50 per like weapon set of the prismatics. That's 5 days worth of crafts just for the tools. And then if I go to make any other weapons or any other armors, I'll need even more. Great break. Watched a few Windfall things. Okay. Yeah, I want to see like maybe someone streaming it to see the actual gameplay in real time. Not cherry-picked video clips and stuff, you know? I want to see like true gameplay footage. Unedited, raw, in my face, you know? Alright. So we will log out. I was hoping to get this one big one too, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna work. Alright. So let's just do that. Let's this up. Oh yeah, I guarantee you once it drops, there'll be Like, I guarantee you Dat Mods will be on it. Dat Mods is on everything. He plays literally everything. Guarantee you that man will be on it. Alright, so I think we're doing good. I do want to open this. Okay, didn't get another. That's fine. I think we'll be good. What do we got here? We got Lacey. Nothing crazy. Alright, so we're gonna switch. Oh, there it is. Wait. Alright, we'll log out here. Like I said, I'll pull up some idle skilling. I'll show you around in that a bit, and then we'll end up the stream doing Omniprocs and stuff. Alright, so character was, weapons was, I only like putting my points in on gear that I've capped, so nothing yet. Okay, and then that. Another Everfall upgrade. More storage, river, creek water. And then we got both of these, this, and then we can do both of these and this, which that, this, and we get one more. But when we come back, we can finish it. I'll just put this in for now. And then when we come back on Monday, we should have a bunch to. Alright. So, swap games. Any of you that are going to be leaving because we're swapping games for the last hour, feel free to join the Discord if you want. If you have any gaming questions, ever need any help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, that's the best place to do it. If you ever want to hit me up off stream, that's also the best place to do it. And if you haven't checked out the VOD channel, do that as well. That'd be appreciated, you know. If you ever want to rewatch a stream, rewatch something you missed, or backtrack and watch an old VOD, you know, that's the best place to go and do it. But like I said, we're gonna jump into idle skilling really quick, and you know, in the rest of the stream, which is some chilling yapping. So I'll show you where we're at, mate, just so you kind of had an idea. So we're currently at a point in our construction or our crafting where we're kind of just cooking, right? We leveled everything up to like roughly like 600 to 1,000 across the board. So when we do a ascension reset, you know, I mean, this one I could obviously farm into. I probably should, so we can get more AP. So maybe I'll do that. I'll switch everything to that really quick. So we'll do this plus this. So we'll farm up these two quite a bit. I have a bunch of red. So let's this one. Okay, we'll do that. We'll get mostly blue. We'll dump into AP bonuses so we can get some AP. But like I said, everything else, like even the BP, like we kind of funneled into a bit, but nothing crazy. Fishing is just kind of ignore, not a big deal. This I kind of basically just ignore as well. Nothing crazy. The only thing I pay attention to here is anytime we get luck increasements, we purchase them for more damage. Don't even know what gives us more luck. I think it's levels. Every time we level, it gives us more. So picking up the luck best we can. And then we can change, I think. But yeah, we're 97%. So we'll leave that the way it is. This I ignore. Wow, Topher, you actually hit 72 out of 72 plants? That's ridiculous. That's a lot. That was a lot of information. I'll have to look at that later. Alright. So let's see what we got here. Can we actually do this one yet? Oh, we can. All right, so that's the last one. I don't know what this one does. Boost the levels of each rift. So that's kind of insane. So that's that. And then this one is AP. I clicked this and then value went up, which is kind of weird. But why is value going up when I'm clicking on speed? That's weird. Okay. Hey, look, I click on speed and value goes up. What the? Hold on. I'm confused. All right, whatever. So those are doing their thing now. Um, that's insane. Got all those done. I don't even know what that. Oh, that was the Crusader thing. So I also got another thing for each diamond, unspent diamond I get more damage. I unlocked that. So I have to go through these, get as many of these done as we can. There's some purchases we can go through and do as well, but I want to hold on to the diamond ones as we can. Okay, so and this is the spelunking, right? Spelunking's making pretty good progress. Basically, all I've been doing is using these guys uh for learning to get all these bonuses across the board. Because like a lot of these are like multiplicative, right? So this one is learning rate multiply for all splunkers, dig speed, so for specific, and then speed multiplier for all spelunkers. So leveling this up on all of them is really good. Leveling this up so all of them can learn faster is really good. And then dig down speed is better for all of them. This guy's even got this one, which doesn't really help us. But if I take a little while and I do learning on this guy could juice even further. But right now, I have no need to push any further than where he's already pushing, so I haven't really worried about it. That's why I've just been letting him be the main guy, because I have an upgrade on him. As you can see, he gets 3 bags at a time. I bought the gem upgrade for him, which is why he's the only one digging. He gets 3 times dig speed, he gets 3 times bags, and he just digs faster than everybody else. But I could put him into learning temporarily for like a day or two. Because if I put him into learning, see, he hasn't learned much of anything. So if I learn a little bit, I'll get basic speed, I'll get more treasure, I'll get dig down amount, I'll gain more splunking XP. But then like if I go like to the higher levels, bags hold more loot. I gain 2 extra bags with percentage, so I'll even get even more bags if I get to like was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I get to level 8, I'll get that one, and then if I go a little bit further, we'll get more dig speed and speed. So it's like it's worth it if I let this guy go all the way to the end. I'll let him like chill for a while. I have to level him up a handful of times, at least level 3 multiple times to get the learning rate up a bit, and then I'll push him to the end. But anyway, I'll let him learn for a little bit, and then I'll put him back into like super juice speed because he's not really being able to do much of anything. But this is where our construction currently is. Taking me roughly an hour to keep crafting these, but every time I do, I get plus 10% damage bonus per luck level of all my spirit guys. So the spirit guys that I was leveling up to luck, every time I level this up, I get 10% per luck level that they have. There's 16 guys there. All of them have like a ridiculous amount of luck levels, so this is a huge damage increase for us. So I keep leveling this up. But I have a bunch of other things to level up. Like this will give me more people. This one gives me more stats for when I craft my my gear later. This gives us more potions, which we need to unlock anyway. And then eventually, once my potions get a little bit further, because this is what I'm locked behind, is leveling up my potion or unlocking new potions, is I can start leveling up this one for even more new potions, and then I can eventually daisy chain into here. But this is currently where we're stuck. Like I said, currently just leveling up this guy as far as I can, making him as juicy as absolutely possible. But like I said, this is still ramping. This is one of the things that we're ramping on right now, and we're still putting progress into. Crafting is kind of on autopilot, And then, like I said, Spirit Limbo is kind of like on autopilot. Crusader is just hit like a huge peak, like a spike. Like it's hitting huge spikes, getting tons of stuff. It happened yesterday. Now I'm getting tons of materials. Still missing a couple materials from something. Um, but I'm able to use these materials now to craft, to try and get these high tier items, right? So I need to get to level 99 to get the last amulet. We're currently 69, so I gotta just keep crafting, right? So I gotta be like, oop, and then oop. I gotta craft up best we can. Because they always take the prerequisites to craft up, which is kind of annoying. So there's the weapons, and then we do helmets. Then we do the other helmet. Alright, let me get that. So that barely moved our XP bar. That's pretty sad. XP bar is hardly moving at all, which is really, really annoying. Okay. This is something I gotta put some effort into. I either gotta get something that's gonna increase our crafting EXP. I gotta find something that's gonna give us more crafting XP increasements or something, because this is not moving like at all. This is something that's really just holding us back. I need to unlock the higher tier stuff, because this is like total damage, total HP. That's pretty solid. This is like skill damage and mining XP, kind of meh. Total ore and HP, kind of meh. All skill and base damage, solid, but maybe not the best one. That one's not very good. That one's not very good. This one's okay, but not very good. Not very good. Okay, but not very good once again. So I mean, so far this is the only one that seems decent. Because total HP gives us more damage, and then total damage gives us more damage. So this is actually pretty solid. I just don't know what the next one's gonna give us. And then same thing with these ones. I don't know what these are gonna give us, but like more shield and crusades, kind of meh. Idle damage and claw damage, it's okay. Idle damage and max shield, okay. Idle damage and max shield, okay. Idle damage, ignore defense, solid, but the idle damage is a lot less here than here. This is 3 times more idle damage, so this is like better overall. But like I don't want to use a lower level item that has 2 stats that are good when the stats so low. So like I said, it's one of these things. I just need to get the higher gear so it makes more sense to invest into. And then once I find an item to invest into, we'll make it. We'll start juicing into it, and then that'll give us massive gains to the account. I just gotta level it. Like that's the problem here. That's what we're stuck on. Because we made like no XP today. Like this didn't move like at all. I gotta fix this. I don't really know what to do to really fix it per se. Because like I have a lot of stuff being dumped into here, so I'm wondering if I just remove everything. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So if we put 10 on each, let's say 11 on each, should be able to get more mats. Hoping. I'm not really worried about the levels. Now that we have more than enough levels to unlock everything, we need mats so we can craft more. The extra one over here. We'll let that go. Like I said, this is on autopilot. Yeah, some of these things are pretty cool. They got some pretty cool, unique aspects and really cool, like intertwined aspects for each other. Like this minigame itself is like just a short of a minigame that you can play 24/7 itself, but it also intertwines with the overworld game as well. All the upgrades in here contribute to damage on the outside of here. Because like if I buy this, right, an upgrade here, it gives me fight damage outside. So it gives me more multiplier. It gives me 1.62 times damage based off my best afterlife reach, which right now is 91. Currently afterlife level 91, so whatever this is times 91. That's pretty good. And this gives us coins inside, more people. This boosts our potions outside, which is a huge one. I can upgrade this technically, but we want to hold off because we want to keep dumping all of our money into here so we make more money per day. We can upgrade all of our stuff even further, faster. Enough. Okay. Boom. Like I said, the more you level up, the more money you get. The more money you get, the faster you can upgrade things. The faster you upgrade things, the faster you get progress. So just keep investing. All right. All invested. All ready to move on. And I need this last upgrade here. Give us more damage. All right. So that's that. Then pets wise, like I said, this is kind of cooking. Right? Kind of making some good progress here. We got an hour and 3 minutes to be able to claim our next pet. So when we put one of these pets in, when we level them up, it gives a passive bonus. So this will give pet XP or HP. This one would give fight damage, which we've already leveled up to level 14. It's 140% more damage to the account. This is more fish caught. We don't really care about. Perks gain perk points. This is useful later. AP gain, we already leveled. Ores mined, cash, smithing XP. We might need this to hit the next tier of smithing. Strength XP gain, we're gonna need that. H2O gain, we really need that. Monster kills, we really need. Currently leveling up the bird for even more fight damage. We're already at level 3, 75% more damage. Tilling crops, useful. Rebirth points, really good. Ores mined, fish caught. Fighting accuracy, we need. I'm doing it right now. We need it because when we get to TE26, we need a ton of accuracy. So we're trying to preemptively get our accuracy fixed. Brew speed, kind of meh. Botany speed, useful, but kind of meh. Smithing XP gained, once again, good. Asylum traces, we're going to probably need soon. So we'll hold off on doing asylums until we have that leveled up. Cauldron speed upgrades could be useful, kind of meh. Monster kills, once again, really good. More cash. And then we still have more mobs to unlock. So we got these two to unlock, these two. Like, holy hell, a lot of mobs to unlock, right? We have this one. Capsule XP could be okay. Not really particularly great. Max pet XP, kind of meh. And then we already did the ball for more hoop gym levels per day. So as I said, like there's a lot. Like every one of these pages needs to be unlocked. So we have a lot of pets to still unlock. We still have a pet build to put together so we can push further. But this is on autopilot. We claim it every day. We get levels every day. We reinvest our liquids to get more liquids in return. Because the more liquids you invest, the faster you get liquids back. So it's kind of like you invest to get more investments. But we're getting levels.
on everything as it's pushing through, and all these levels are adding up. We just got a whole ton of levels here, whole slew of levels here. We're really close to the next one. One more level and we get another vial unlock. But like we can invest the 600,000 into this because it was at 5K before. And then we can just hold on to the rest. And then this will level up a bunch more times. Bonus crops, extra points, extra chain level chance. And then this is the trekking. We haven't pushed trekking all that hard. Currently just chilling. We need better pets. We need a better pet combo. Comes from this. Like I said, we just unlocked the frog and this guy yesterday. So that's kind of the goal right now, is we're just kind of cooking it right now. Unlocking the new pets. So, and then we're obviously trying to bring up the total combat level power as well. All right, we got a whole slew of stuff here. So we're gonna get rid of all the polar bears. All right, we'll get rid of all the polar bears. We need more space. And then we'll grab all of these. All right. So this guy, we want this, two highest ones we have. Then we have another one, but this guy and this guy. Okay. And then we got 26 and 25. Got 36, 35. Alright, so these are... Okay, so we got a 42. 46. Pretty good. Okay. So let's get rid of 225, 26, 6, 225, 215, 224, 219. We're looking for like 230s. We don't find any 230s, we'll just scrap them. I mean, we already have that one. We already have that one. Okay. So we get rid of both of those, both of these. Rid of these low level ones. Alright. We got a 35, a 33. We'll start with those, I guess. And we got a 31 and a 35. 31. Alright, who is not being used? We got a 31. That's it. Okay. So we got a huge jump in power gain from that. And then hopefully we unlock a new pet tomorrow. So that's kind of the goal there, is hopefully we get a new pet unlock. Those guys are leveled. Go into here. Okay. So that's that. And then welcome back. Yeah, so like I said, all this intertwines, right? So trekking gets you that materials, right? These little like lab materials. Use the lab materials on the lab to get like more gain in a specific color, right? So the green one gives you better green tank increase, but it also gives you all tank increase, and then chances for tanks to level up more than once. Orange is the same thing. You get orange tank, all tank, and chance have chance for double levels. Red, same thing. Red tanks, all tanks, and chance for double level. So once we get to yellows, we unlock the yellow one, and it does the same thing. But that's what this comes into play. So right now we're fighting the green guys, stacking green materials. We were doing orange materials for a while and red materials, but my mobs aren't strong enough. I might be able to fight this guy now. If I can kill this guy, we might be able to kill this guy. If we can kill this guy, we can actually move on to the next area, and maybe we can push for a yellow. If we can push for yellow, that'll give us progress. Okay. But look, I got 0 per hour, 0 per, I get nothing out of this because I'm not killing them fast enough. So I need stronger characters. Even though I'm getting kills, I get no AFK gains. So we'll stick to this, keep farming the green, and we'll keep using the green. But as we get more mobs, we'll get better people. So what I need right now is I need a better combatter. And I need a better healer, like a tank that can heal better. And you can see all this in the codex, right? So, stats wise, right? So we need more of these. So if I can get a triple, it'll give me, instead of 150 damage, it's like 250 damage, right? It'll give me a huge juice here if I can get this up. So it increases fire rate, increases fire damage. And then this guy is what heals. So if I get a triple combo, it'll heal for 7% instead of 5%. But only when health is below 50%. And then if I have this one, so it's 200% damage. I need to get this one, so it's lifesteal. So the more damage I deal, the more I heal. So this is really good. And then if I want to take advantage of all the vessels that we're farming, we stack up a bunch of these to get more bonuses from it. And there's a couple other miscellaneous ones. This one just gives raw base HP, and a couple other ones we haven't unlocked. So we're gonna have to put a team together at some point with these mobs as we unlock them. And then once we do that, we'll be able to push trekking. So like I said, trekking is kind of behind right now, which is kind of hurting our progression of this, but this is kind of just on autopilot. It's so confusing. But right now, this is farming. This is what we're kind of pushing right now. So when you grow a plant, you have a percentage chance at the bottom here, 5.3% chance to grow the next plant as well, like to proc the next plant, which we proc 2 of them this time, which is good. So now we can go to the next plant. And the next plant is what's needed to attempt new potions, right? I'll show you that next. So now that we're on the next plant, we can start growing it. And then when this one grows, it has a percentage chance to grow the next plant, and so on and so forth. So you have to daisy chain these through. So now we're on the blue plant with a, right now, 0.04% chance, kind of like sailing is, to get the next plant. So we use this plant now in the potion section. Because if we look, current potion we were leveling needed the ice creams we were making, and it needed the red stuff from the tilling. But this potion that we have unlocked, it needs the red stuff, which is the same as this, but it also needs the blue plant, which we just learned to make. So in order to level this potion up, I needed that plant. And this will give us damage for every power of 10 of raid awards we own. So now that we can do raids, or now that we have this, when we do raids, this will go up. So this will be huge damage increase for us because I can farm a ton of raid rewards. But now that I also have this, right, we'll finish that. If you look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more potions to unlock, and the rest of them back here, I can't unlock anyway. And then I can unlock even further potions from the splunking I showed you earlier. But right now we have 6 potions to still unlock, and in order to unlock potions, you have to select an ingredient and another ingredient. The higher tier ingredients, the higher tier potion it can unlock. So this potion unlock should be somewhere like maybe a max of this or this. It should be able to hit a max of this, but it's RNG chance, right? So basically, we did get one. Okay. Which one did we get? We got this one.
So I don't know if it can hit this one, but if I try it a bunch of times, like 100 times, I have a potential chance, if it can, a low percentage chance, that maybe we'll hit it. So this is how I have to get the potions, right? This takes forever because I'm locked behind flowers and I'm locked behind tilling to be able to unlock the potions. Oh, we did get it. Okay, so that's probably the max. Oh, we got that one. Okay, so it can actually hit these two as well then. Okay, so if that's the case, we'll finish all these up. We'll put all these in and we'll hit all of them. That's actually huge. We should be able to hit all of these except for the last two. And these potions are massive for us. It's causing them confusion. Like I said, the thing with this game is everything layers upon itself and requires stuff from previous stuff. It's a lot. Okay, so we did get all but the last two potions. Okay, so we will just put these in, let them cook for EXP. I'll just let it brew because like whenever something's just sitting in here brewing, it just gives you EXP. So we'll leave it in there so it cooks, and then we'll actually check the potions. We can't level the potions up, but we'll see what they do. So this one's chance for super cool tunnel cards. Okay. Reduce total smithing cost. That's really good. How strange this potion didn't come with any description. That's lovely. Damage for every level 5 monster card. That's really good, but I don't have any level 5 monster cards yet. And I don't have these mats to actually level it. Because it's the next plant. So anyway, so this is the tilling. Very simple, very basic. You set it to mine something or to till something, and it tills it. We're gonna get to 105 to get to the next plant. Everything else is just kind of cooking. We're just kind of chilling. What we can do though is we can upgrade. So can we do a 200 proc? Oh, that was cookie. That was way more than I expected, but we'll do it anyway. We'll burn through this. We'll just use all that we have. All right, good enough. All right, so that should give us a lot. This guy can now do 107, 114k per hour, and 95, 81. I usually keep him even, but fuck it. All right, those guys are cooking now. This guy's really close to getting his next unlock. This guy's max. Once I buy another unlock. All right, so anyway, so that's the farming cards. So I've basically been focusing the mountain cards only because I have an upgrade that says for every level of mountain card I have, I get more damage. I'm trying to level 5-star all the mountain cards before I work on anything else. But that new potion says for every 5-star card I have, I get more damage as well. So once we 5-star the mountain cards, we can 5-star random other cards that we need for more damage. I'm going to buy the other card slots and I'm going to fill the card slots with all damage slots. That's kind of the goal. Fill with all damage slots, level the damage cards up to max, even more damage, and then we'll get damage from being 5 stars across the board, and then we'll get damage for every level of card here, and then we need to do Crusader items, and then once again we need more liquid because the liquid gives us more T levels, which gives us more damage, and the more strength levels we get, the more damage we get as well. A lot of moving parts. Why this game is like it's confusing for someone to sit there and watch trying to grasp all the information. But once you play it and you're tinkering with it, it makes a lot of sense. Hold on. Fucking Roomba's sucking something up. Give me a second.
Oh, all right, sorry. I had to pick up a few things because it was trying to eat everything. But yeah, mate, that's the problem with idle skilling in a nutshell. Is there's so many moving parts, right? There's so many different things that kind of intertwine with each other and kind of rely upon each other to gain gains, that if you go into it blind and try and figure it out, you make zero progress. Right? Because the main thing is about like getting more damage, right? And if we look at, I wonder if we can look at like the mobs, right? Trying to see how much HP TE26 has. Okay. So, if we look at the damage here, right? This is purple damage, right? We start off at 800 or 108 trillion. And then once you easily hit Q, and then you get to yellow, which I'm already in trillion HP in yellow. I think I'm roughly around here, damage wise, right? So we still have to get all the way down here for TE1, which is triple Q basically. And then we gotta get, well, it basically goes from double Q to star, which is triple Q. And then once you get to star, then you gotta get to, oh, sorry, this is just ties. These aren't even the TEs. So then you go from star to, I think it's double Q star. Yeah, you get to double, we get to double stars. Then you push through incinerators and you get to triple star. And then we get the TEs. All the way down here. We are at 5-star Q damage at TE1. 5-star Q. We are currently all the way up here. So we have to get to 5-star Q to just start on TEs. Then we hit 6-star billion. It's weird. Why is this 400 million 6-star? Sorry, 5-star into 6-star. Still doesn't make sense. Why is the first one 5-star Q? Second one is 5-star billion. I think that one's wrong. I think this one's wrong. But then it goes to 6-star million, and then yeah, some of these are wonky. This one says 52 5-star, but this is 4 point something million 5-star. So I think some of these are wonky. But long story short, this is TE16. This is what we have to get to. I thought it was 26, but TE16. This is what we have to get to. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-star damage. Now we don't have to fully hit that number. We got to get as close to it as possible because we can kill. Technically, if we get in one of the ascension points or rebirth points, we can kill 50% of what we kill on like this map would contribute to this map, and 50% of what is on this map contributes to this map, and it daisy chains. So technically, if we wanted to, we could farm here, and if we get, I don't know, 50, let's say we get 1-star kills here, that'd be half one star kills on this one, which would trickle its way down all the way down. So eventually we can get enough kills here if we even did it at a lower tier. But that is why we focus so hard on damage, because I'm focusing all of our Plinko balls on damage here, right? I'm focusing all of our gem stuff on anything that could give us damage. So mostly right now we're working on spelunking, right? The more EXP or more liquids we can get, the more damage we can get from this. And we can unlock this one with rebirth points for even more damage. And then we need more attack for accuracy, obviously. And then the more liquid levels we get, the more damage we get. The more strength levels we get, the more damage we get. So we got a bunch of strength levels here. That's going to give us some more damage. More HP obviously gives us more damage as well, because we have some synergies with more HP equals more damage. And then we have some secrets. There's one secret in particular that needs like another 30 days to finish. This one right here. I think this one in like another 30 days or something. This one will finish, gives another 50% damage increase. But yeah, if you look at this, so you're done with this one, aren't you, mate? Can I go to next on this one? I forgot. I think you told me yes, but I just need to make sure. It is a clusterfuck. It's an absolute clusterfuck. But it's so many layered things. Okay. So yeah, reach Teehee 15. So we don't even have to kill it. We just gotta reach Teehee 15. So it's not quite as much damage as I thought, but it's a lot. It's a massive jump. So basically, we could probably get to Teehee 10. If we can speed farm Teehee 10, we could probably unlock Teehee 15 with time. Just AFK time, candies and stuff like that. But that's basically where we're at. So we're spending all of our upgrade past perk points. Like I said, one of those pets gives more perk points. We could technically upgrade that guy to get more perk points, and we could put more into that, and then that would be good. But this is one that we're talking about. So we have 454 tickets, and see how we have almost 1 million of these. These are what one of the potions are calculated off of, how many resources we have. That's what one of the potions works off of. We can farm more resources if we want. We also have the Asylum, which we're probably strong enough now to use our 600 keys to farm more points here. But then we could take those points and we could invest into like this for more damage. We can also invest into, yeah, this one right here. Percentage of kills affect the next monster, affects up to blank monsters. So the more you level this up, right, the more monsters it'll trickle, and the more percentage they'll trickle. So this is the one we want to invest into to get huge gains, like speed of gains. This will be massive for us. If we can get to like 50% here with like 5 monster count, we can be pretty good. And starting H2O levels can help us. Leveling up twice can really help us. Like I said, there's extra H2O levels. If we can get to over 1,000 H2O levels, that's huge for us. Idle gains on all screens, also really good. So if I go to one screen for 1 minute and I come back, I'll get like a huge increase to idle gains off that screen. Instead of it being a 1 minute of gain, this percentage plus the afterlife one. I have one from the afterlife as well. Hydrate, my favorite, yeah. I see how it's 1 minute and then I got another proc of 1 minute. If I have those AFK increase gains, not only does that 1 minute count for more, but then I have more over here that this one says increased gains on all screens by 96%. So 1 minute is technically 2 minutes, and then I have almost 70% chance to re-trigger those AFK gains. So if it re-triggers at double its value, 1 minute is 2 minutes, and then a trigger it twice, that's 4 minutes worth of work for 1 minute worth of AFK time. This is where we get huge gains by just changing screens, right? So what I typically will do while I'm working is I'll sit on the anvil screen because it doesn't matter. And then every 5 minutes, I'll switch to tunnel. I'll get a proc. I'll get a double proc. I'll claim some stuff. Like I'll claim this if it's level 3. And then I'll come over here and I'll claim this. Like, look, we might, if we get a double proc, which we didn't, this would have finished. I would have been able to start another one, right? So this is how I typically daisy chain through the game. And then I do it for fighting too. Boom. And then I get a reproc. No reproc? Okay. Say if I would have got another reproc, I would have been able to go to tie 5 real quick. But now we're at 21Q. We're getting there. We got to get to our first star damage. And once we get to our first star damage, we'll be able to really start to scale. I think we need to hit 6 or 7 stars. We can get to like 6 star, maybe 5 star will be a good starting point. But if we can get to 5 star damage, which is a ways away, I think we can make most of it work. But I think what's really holding us back is our ascensions. I don't know. I have 1 ascension token or thing. This will give 3.7 million ascension points. I'm tempted to use this and then try to level some stuff up. Because this one, you get damage for every H2O level. This one gives us more kills per kills. This gives us idle attack damage, so our auto attacks do more damage. We don't need more faster attacks. This gives us crafted weapons give more damage. So remember those weapons that we crafted? All those, all of these, all these things. So like this, so on. All these weapons that we crafted, they'll give more damage. So these already give 1.1 million base damage. So increasing their damage would be really huge for us. Not insane, but huge, but pretty good. And then crafted trinkets give more base damage. So this is what I was showing you before inside of Crusade. If I craft gear to give us more damage, it'll boost it. So, like I said, we have a lot we can tinker with. We have a lot we can work on. Ascensions wise in itself, this is huge progress. Like this one right here, base damage for every mountain card level we have. This is the one I've been working on. I haven't even really leveled it yet. I've leveled it twice. If I level this up a handful of times, that's a huge amount of extra damage. We also need to finish leveling up this one. And then the ores can be helpful. Getting more ores means more crafted items, so we can max those out. So we have a lot of things we can do here. But either way, like I said, we're making progress. We're getting pretty far along. We do need, like I said, we have a rebirth section here. We haven't even really touched yet either. We have 1 rebirth token, which is 34,000. It's tempting to do. But that's the thing. Somebody to do this on their own on the first take, mate. This is why it takes most people 6 months to a year to complete idle skilling the first time. Because there's too much stuff. You basically spend like weeks or months working on one aspect to then work on another aspect once you feel like you've mastered one section. That's why it's so hard to actually complete to get your idle skilling thing. Me going back through it, what I've done so far is probably something that would have took someone 6 months to do. And I think I've been doing it for what? On and off for like, what, 2 months or something like that? And I've been playing it for half the time because I only do it when I'm working. So basically I need to level up through here and unlock some things because this one right here gives us kills per kill. Like I said, the more kill per kill we get basically means the faster we can progress through the game. So I can push through mob after mob much faster, and the more mobs we kill, the faster we can ascend, the faster we can rebirth, the more points we can get, the more we can finish this up and focus on other things. Because there's certain things that give more damage per ascension points unspent. And the more unspent ascension points we get, the more rebirth points we get, so on and so forth. It adds up pretty quickly. But you need to get all this stuff up here. This stuff has to be unlocked. This stuff all has to be pretty high level. And then, like I said, you got to put into Asylum. Asylum is huge. Like I said, I already showed you, like, this one's huge. This one can be huge. This one can be huge. Over here, this one can be really huge. And then you got, I wouldn't really worry about the green ones, honestly, but this one, damage for each strength level above 50, really good, because now that I'm at 500, this would be huge damage increase, right? Bonus to all stats from the gear that you can craft, and then chance to not use up materials when smithing and brewing, pretty useful, not really super necessary, but this one's definitely really strong. So I need to sit down and do these. Mostly need to do this one, and a little bit of this one. So I mostly need to do the purple guy and just farm the shit out of some mats here when I know I can. And then we can really progress on that one, and we'll be pretty good. Get a proc. No proc. Okay. Anyway, but that's pretty much all she wrote for this right now, honestly. I think we did pretty good. Like I said, we showed everything off. Nothing crazy. But you can see, like, we're making good progress. We're just really far away still, because it's just so much damage. It's ridiculous amount of how much damage you need. Like, the accuracy is a problem too, but it's much easier to hit the accuracy issue. It's what literally the sheer number of damage you need to obtain to even get to TE 10. Yeah. It's so much flipping damage, man. It's ridiculous. I have no idea what this is, so let's not worry about it. Anyway, we're gonna get off here. We're gonna call it a night. This was fun. I enjoyed it. I'm hungry. Figured you're going to bed anyway, mate. But I appreciate y'all. For anybody that's still hanging out and hasn't done it yet, if you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you ever gaming questions, ever need help, want to share some shit off, or help somebody, feel free to chime in anytime. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. And if you haven't checked out the YouTube for the VODs channel, that's the best place to go check it out. We upload all our VODs over to there. And if you ever want to rewatch something, catch a stream you missed or whatever, that's the best place to do it. Any support you'd give over there would be appreciated as well. But we'll be back on Monday. We're going to be working all the weekend. If you need me in the meantime, hit me with the Discord. And yeah, we'll be back on some more New World, getting a little Iron Man grind going. And yeah, taking it from there. I appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. I'll talk